Welcome, my lovely goblins and ghouls of the internet. I am Hanyo, your demonic cinephile, and we are back tonight with Higurashi. And before we get started, I had to say... Fumbling words. I had to quickly just say, Happy Watanagashi! Happy cotton drifting! So, what are everybody doing for the cotton drifting? Are you gonna just tear up some old bed frames? You know, some bed sheets? Drift your cotton that way? And you're gonna find some traitorous person and slit open their belly, eat their insides? You know, just normal things you do for Watanagashi. Just normal things. Also, yes, happy Father's Day. I guess that's important? I'm not really sure. This is a normal day to me. It's a normal day. I don't understand Happy Father's Day. I just don't. Happy Father's Day. No, we are going to jump into the game. I made a small mistake. I said this was the fifth login for the game. No, it's actually our fourth one. Not sure how I made that mistake. Not sure. But hey, you can go back and fix it. I think you can. You just gotta use Twitter Blue, which is I'm not paying for that. Unless when am I trying it out for a month? If it's like the results are really that good, we have to supposedly boost your engagement or push out your tweets, but I don't feel like giving them my money. I don't feel like it. Oh god, why did my body do that? I want to go take a drink, so I think I'm gonna be like just dancing all over the place. I don't like it. I hate it. I hate it. I don't think it had these problems with Live 2D, but I don't want to buy that yet. Despite how many people keep offering it to me. I think I'll probably get it afforded sometime in the future. You know, this gets a little bit bigger for me. Maybe not, maybe knows. Who knows? We'll see. Well, let's get into the game. Where is it? It's kind of empty right here. Just a dark and empty void filled with nothing. No hopes, no dreams. Complete utter emptiness. Oh, until now. Let's see, the game should be popping up any second. Or I guess not. Why is it doing this again? and fixed up and ready. Good. That's for more me than you guys. Okay, so for last time I remember, we were at the festival. We were at the Watanagashi, and we were all doing what did Mion call it again? The 5-demon firefight, where we were basically doing club games at the stalls, making ourselves a menace to the village. Then Tomitake got in the fun. And we eventually won a big bear for Lena. But Mion got nothing. No, Mion got something. It's just she tried to make it seem like, oh, this is all our big victory. But she didn't try to do anything for everybody else. She fought only for herself. Like a good leader does. And I think that's what all we did, so we can just jump right back in. From the altar set up in front of the shrine, the drums sounded with a booming echo. Actually, can you tell me? Oh, I don't want to do anything. Or is it the log? Okay, the log won't tell me anything. I guess we just go with our memories in the VODs. It was the finale of the festival. Actually, guys, wait 1 second. I need to check something real quick. It's I feel like I'm about to lose something. Just give me 1 second. Okay, we're back. I had to do something really, really quick. But no, we're good. Nothing, I didn't lose anything. Yes, go do your job, Mr. Photographer. Both Rika-chan and Tomitake-san gave their farewells and disappeared into the crowd. Oh, you're sweet.
Rika-chanのアデ姿を見に行きますかね。行こう。あ。あれ、レナは？
Where's Rena?
何やってんだよ。
What is she doing? What are you doing, Rena? Since she was carrying such a ridiculous large stuffed animal, she was being carried away by the flow of people. That's right, in the anime, she always got swept up in the crowd. And she's being stupid.
じゃあ、ケイちゃんにはレナの世話を頼むかね。私はサトコの世話で忙しいし。誰がミオンさんの世話になるでございますの？
Who will want to be looked after by you? To be fair, Mion, she's a fun leader. She's not a probably good babysitter.
痛い。手引っ張らないでくださいまし。
Yeah, see, for good example, she just yanked the child. Before losing sight of Mion, I grabbed the back of Rena's collar. Oh, what's wrong? We'll just make sure you don't get lost.
注文のうるさいやつだな。
Is she though? I guess he's just teasing her.
どこならいいんだ？
Alright, now you don't really say that, boy. I didn't feel ashamed at all. Rena was ashamed enough for the both of us. I grabbed onto Rena's hand and dashed after Mion and the others.
置いてかれる。早く行こうぜ。
It's literally probably like what, a few feet away. Ain't gonna be late. I didn't realize Rena's hand was so delicate. Maybe she needed a bit more exercise and nutrition. Yeah, she is pretty meek until she sees something cute. That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. My ears burned. I tried to keep calm. I repeated the phrase, "Keep it together, Keiichi Marabara." The mind, but it didn't look like I would be able to anytime soon. I really didn't want Rena to see my face right then, so I pushed onwards, dragging her along without looking back even once. There was already a huge group of people gathered at the altar in front of the shrine. The fire at the altar made it as bright as midday and just as hot. Oh fuck. Tap the microphone. There was a pile of futons, warded with a sanctified rope in front of the altar. Come to think of it, they did say it was a festival where they did something with the cotton and futons.
Keiichi-san!
Yes, Satoko.
レナさん、こちらでございますのよ。
Satoko waved her hand from the front row.
お、すまんすまん。
Sabasaba. Man, I never heard that phrase before. For sorry. Guess it's a dialect thing. Making our way through the mass of people, we reached the spot they saved.
どう？ちょっとはレナとドキドキできた？
Mion, don't do it.
いやいや、やっぱりてめえ、そういうつもりだったのか。
Of course that was her plan. Instead of replying, Mion gave us a perverse grin.
レナはどうだった？ケイちゃんの手って意外に大きいとか思わなかった？
She says hand, but you know what she meant. Rena turned bright red, puffs of steam shooting out of her. I heard something slice through the air and turned around to see Mion on the ground with a welt on her face. So that was a sound effect. Oh my god. See what I mean? Rena is so cute and meek, but as soon as she's embarrassed or sees something cute, the girl turns into Supergirl.
ミオ、お前、い
When
つ食らったんだ？
were you hit?
歯うの、歯とうの間くらいだったかな。
See? She's too strong. She's too fast.
レナ、照れ隠しに友達を殴るのは良くないぞ。
What? Of course it is. It's fun. You know, a little hit there, a little slap here, a knife through the ribs. You know, just good old fun when you're embarrassed. It means nothing. It means nothing.
レナ、殴ってないよ。知らないもん。
Liar. At least own up to it. Thump. The thunderous beat of the drum echoed, silencing the crowd.
お静かになさいませ。始まりですわ。
Why does she look all nervous? Is she nervous for Rika? You know, is she nervous for your girlfriend? That she's gonna mess up? It was a solemn ritual. Rika-chan entered, dressed as a shrine maiden, followed by members of the Municipal Committee. The elders all looked at Rika-chan and clasped their hands in praise. The only thing allowed to disturb the profound silence was a flash from Tomitaki-san's camera.
リカちゃんが持ってるあのでかいのはなんだ？
祭事用のクワだよ。巫女さんしか触っちゃいけない神聖な道具なの。
It was an awkward shape for a piece of farm equipment, not uncommon for something used in rituals. After reciting a Shinto prayer, Rika-chan approached a pile of futons gathered at the altar. She swung the hoe skillfully, plowing it into the futons. Each and every little movement of this performance probably had to be done in a certain way. Without a doubt, this was the ritual.
今度はなんだ？布団叩きかな？
No, it's not.
あれはね、人間に代わって冬の病魔を吸い取ってくれたお布団を清めてるの。
Yep, that's what exactly she's doing.
ケイちゃんのお布団叩きって表現もまあ外れじゃないかね。
She's curing your sins, you heathens! Rika-chan's face was already dripping with sweat. That hoe was probably really heavy. She staggered side to side with the momentum of each swing. Sadako looked on silently, lending her support. See, Sadako's is a good girlfriend.
心配か？
リカは毎日お餅つきの杵で練習してましたですの。
Ooh. Yeah, because mochi hammers are pretty big, right? From what I know how you traditionally make mochi.
きっとやりきるでございますわ。
Is that word certainty? Yeah, okay. Not really gonna spoil anything for anyone who doesn't know much about when they cry, but this word means very something important to Umineko when we eventually reach that. And it feels weird, this word being said by this character. You'll see when we reach Umineko, or you go ahead and read, what's it called again? Meguri? Higurashi Meguri? Yeah, Satoko does a lot of things with absolute certainty there. Alright. What are you? Get off my screen. Satoko's hands were sweaty, and whenever Rika-chan started to sway a little, she held her breath.
ミオンとかは巫女役立候補しなかったのかよ。
She's a fucking gangster.
リカちゃんにあの重さは気の毒だよ。
Rika can handle it. She's handled a lot of stress. That's a kind of understatement.
そりゃ頼まれりゃやるけどね。
I do it if they ask me, you know?
まあ誰にでも務まるものでもないし。
そうだよな。ミコは清らかじゃないとダメだもんな。
Mian drove her elbow into my side. With the thud of the big drum, Rika-chan gave a solemn bow and descended from the altar. That triggered a round of generous applause. After the Shinto priest had raised up the cleansed futons like a portable altar, all the spectators stood up. Following after the priest, we all marched on a moderate pace. They descended the shrine gates, stair in a line.
今度は何が始まるんだ？布団を川で洗濯か？
だから綿流しだってば。
Yeah, it's the cotton drifting. The procession continued right up to the bank of the stream. The procession continued right up to the bank of the stream. A fire was stalked high and as bright as day here too. People started crowding around it and clamoring.
はい、順番順番。並ぶよ、ケイチ君。
I wonder what was up. Maybe we get some holy wine? Red and white bean buns?
食べ物じゃないよ。
She can read our mind.
だから、わた。
Watanaga. Ah, but of course. They didn't call it the Watanagashi for nothing. I finally understood. The Mushable community members pulled out the cotton from the inside of the futons and balled it up like mochi, handing out to people. Rena drove into the line and brought out some for me as well. Then we proceeded to the bank of the stream.
ケイチ君は初めてだから、レナのやり方を真似するんだよ。
Okay, Rena-chan. She held out the cotton in her right hand and waving her hand as if to purify it. She touched it to her forehead, chest, navel, and both thighs. Watanagashi. 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 Oichiro-sama.
これを3回繰り返すの。心の中では、
I did it wrong. I did it
あ
wrong.
りがとうって唱えるんだよ。
You did it 3 times. It's only give thanks to Oyashiro-sama.
お社様ってなんだよ。あの神社の神様の名前か？
うん、南沢の守り神様なの。ご利益もあるけど、たたりもあるんだからね。
Yes, miracles.
ちゃんと敬わないとダメだよ。
That sounds like a pretty frightening god. Oh boy, Keiichi, you have no idea. And why is that turning on? Alright, it's gonna mute. Sorry, I forgot to turn the air off. I'll just give me one moment. Just to get more drink. Then I might not. You guys hear me, right? No? Any of you? Let's grab an extra bottle of water because my juice is about to run out. Now, where is... Alright, here we go. Well, when in Rome, I was officially a resident of Hinamizawa now. After all. Doing as Rina showed me, I touched the cotton over myself 3 times. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama.
これでね、体についてた悪いのがこの綿に吸い取られたの。で、あとは沢の流れにそっと流してね。おしまい。
Together, Rena and I set our pieces of cotton afloat on the surface of the water. The flowers of cotton blooming in the water had sucked out all the bad illnesses from Hinamizawa and drifted off, disappeared into the distance. It was wonderful, like those floating lantern festivals I've seen on TV. The best part, though, was the feeling like this rite of passage had made me a true resident of Hinamizawa. Higurashi, when they cry. That was sweet. I really do like this version of the Cotton Festival. Oh!
初めはちょっとした不安だった。
Hurting someone was
誰かを
something
傷つけ
being
たいなんて
considered.
考えもしなかった。
Nevertheless, the
それでも
anxiety then
不
gave
安は
a
孤
place
独
to
を生ん
loneliness,
で疑念へ
doubt,
と変
and
わり、
more.
やがて黒い殺意が
When that wicked, murderous intent eventually took control of my mind,
戻らない
The
日常。
boy took the first step
少年
towards
は足
an
を踏み出す。
unrecoverable daily
そ
life,
の先が
not
奈落の
even
底だと
realizing
も気づ
that
か
he
ず
was walking into the abyss.
鬼隠し。
Oh!
信じたいと思う気
Tragedy
持ちが
born
生
from
んだ悲
desires
劇。
to believe.
流した涙は懺悔か、それとも怨恨か。
Okay, what was all that? What was all that? Okay, I'm a... I mean, seriously, I have a little bit chills right there. As I was about to say that, whenever in the anime adaptations, I guess the one adaptation of Onikakushi-Hen, when we actually get to the cotton drifting scene, it's always a little bit eerie, if I can remember correctly. Because it's always focusing on the mystery and the horror. But here, the cotton drifting, the festival, like Rika's dance and the actual cotton drifting itself, was much more peaceful. Like, it felt like a true ceremony. Like, you're kind of being invited to join this thing. It actually really felt sweet and wholesome. And then that appeared out of nowhere. Rena's inner thoughts, I'm guessing. Or maybe something from outside of the game board. Meta Rena. I'm pretty sure Rena has her... should I spoil it? I'm not sure who's here. Who's seen all of Higurashi and Umineko, but... spoilers, there's this is the multiverse, there's beings outside of time and space who correlate and connect to the people inside the game world. And I'm pretty sure I really want to know what Rena's meta self is like. Like, was the witch or demon given birth to her by her actions? While staring off into the stream, I somehow got separated from Rena. I wasn't very lonely, though. I know this place now. This is where I live. My home. It's probably better if I just stay here instead of wandering around aimlessly. Someone would surely find me while I was enjoying the evening breeze. I heard a familiar voice. It was Tomitake-san's. Sorry, I should have probably the microphone. That's kind of nasty. Headed towards it.
どうですか、富武さん。いい写真はいっぱい撮れましたか？
Yeah, you creep.
ああ、おかげさまでね。
Tomitake-san was with a girl. I felt like I was intruding. Oh god. Hi, Tanako-san.
お祭りは楽しめた？
Wow, Tanako is very modest in this design, because I'm pretty sure the anime gave her some. We like to be respectful on this channel. Let's just say bigger endowments. Just want to quick save this real quick. How's the Keiji-kun? How does Tanaka talk? How was it, Keiji-kun? Did you enjoy the festival? From the way she spoke, it seemed like she was a resident of Hinamizawa. I really should try harder to remember people's faces here. Hey, it's harder for people to remember people's faces. I'm like that all the time. What was her name?
その、楽しかったです。
Oh, it's fun, yo so-and-so. My face must have given away how desperately I was trying to remember her name, because she gave a lighthearted chuckle.
ケイチ君はまだ引っ越してきて日が浅いんだそうだね。
less than a month at best.
他の子たちととても親しげだったから、とてもそうは思えなかったよ。
If that's how it looked, it was probably all thanks to Rena and Mion.
あなたも今日のお祭りに参加して自分がひなみ沢の人間になれたんだ
I do
自
feel
覚
like
で
a
きたんじゃないかしら
I really do feel like a member of Hinamizawa. Let's move to Hinamizawa, everybody. Let's move. The population is small. We must increase their numbers.
どうなんでしょうね。
おや、圭一君らしくない返事だね。
I tried to get used to Hinamizawa, but there were still plenty of things I didn't know. The faces of people I met, for example. The things that had happened in the past as well.
なんだ。その程度のことで君は疎遠に感じていたのかい？
How do you know?
疎遠なんて大げさなもんじゃないですよ。ただなんていうのか。
That incident at the dam construction site. The fighting over it, the other conflicts. That terrible incident they pretended that they didn't even know about whenever I brought it up. Even though it was in the past, as someone living in Hinamizawa, it wasn't wrong to want to know about both of the good and bad that had happened here.
それを知ることで君が納得するなら、僕の知っている範囲で何でも教えるよ。
No, don't do it. Tomitaki-san's smile made me more relieved than I've ever been. It was hard to think of what to ask when someone said, "Ask me anything," though. Even though there was so much I wanted to ask.
じゃあ、ダム工事について聞かせてください。
Don't say anything.
ひなみ沢が水没するとかいう大事件だったんですよね。
No, no, no.
ダムについては、多分ここの人に聞いた方が詳しいと思うけどな。ま、僕が知っている範囲でいいんなら。
Do not say anything.
新聞で読んだ程度だけどね。
Tomitaki-san's eyes entered an unfocused gaze as he searched through his memory. Then he spoke.
ダムの計画が決まったのは7、8年くらい前なんだ。
It's for a long time.
黒部に次ぐ巨大な計画だったと聞いてるね。
Kurobe. There were 3 major issues in Japan at that time. Improving inter-island transportation, infrastructure, meeting the higher demands for electricity, and flood control. There was a boom of dam building due to the massive economic stimulus they provided on top of generating electricity and flood control. Hinamizawa had the right conditions to support dam construction, so it was singled out.
ダムの完成に伴って生まれるダム湖はかなりの面積になったらしいね。このひなみ沢からずーっと上流の矢郷地あたりまでが全部沈むことになったらしい。
しかし、なんだって人が住んでるひなみ沢にわざわざダムを作るんですか？もっと他の人が住んでないところに作ればいいのに。
Yeah, that's what you think, but probably wouldn't be right.
よくは知らないんだが、ダムを作るのに適した地形ってのがあったって聞いてるね。
Well, it's on a mountain, so it's probably like a hillside like dip. I'm guessing that's good for storing the water. I'm not sure how dams exactly work. Is there a beaver? Of course, there were protests here in Hinamizawa. Rika-chan had said that they had fought. From that choice of words, I had to guess things had turned violent.
裁判にもなったし、議会でも取り上げられたんだ。東京の新聞にも載ったよ。
Mia had told me all about that as well. I'm sure every resident of Hinamizawa had united to fight together. The feeling of solidarity found here, which could not be expressed properly with mere words, was likely brought about by that battle.
で、いろいろな不祥事や汚職が発覚してね。
Oh!
ややこしいことになっているうちに工事中止が決まったんですよね。
Bribery and scandals. What type of scandals, my good man? Please share the gossip. If I want to know, now's my only chance to ask. It was certainly a bizarre incident that boys my age would be curious about. I felt a little shame from the fact that I was petty enough to ask my curiosity by Rina and Mion's refusal to talk about the event. But I figured I might as well ask since I had the chance. So I would stop thinking about it so much.
バラバラ殺人ってありましたよね。
あったよ。偶然その時期にひなみ沢にいてね。だからよく覚えてるよ。
Tomitaki-san's answer was nonchalant, in contrast to my hesitantly forced out question.
ちょうど4年前の今頃だったかな。あれも確か綿流しの日だったね。
Debate on whether to continue construction on the dam was in disarray. Scandal after scandal rocked the project near the end. The incident that was the final nail in the coffin for the dam project. A fight at the dam construction site ended in the victim being murdered. Fearing prosecution, the 6 assailants divided the remains into 6 pieces and each hid one. Each of the 6 criminals turned themselves in out of guilt, but one was still on the run. The right arm he hidden had yet to be found. The major details lined up with what was in the tabloid I read earlier. It certainly was a tragic incident, but it wasn't so terrible that Rina and Mion needed to hide it from me. I guess they didn't want someone who just moved here to have a negative impression on Hinamizawa. I felt grateful for having friends who worried so much about me, as well as shame for still being so interested in it.
当時はダムのトラブルの末期だったからね。お社様のたたりだって言ってずいぶん騒がれたんだよ。
Oyashiro-sama's
お
curse.
社様のたたりか。
Oyashiro-sama was the name of the god at the shrine that held the festival today, if I recall correctly. I see. Their guardian deity rained divine punishment down on the evil dam construction for trying to flood Hinamizawa.
若い人たちはそうは思わなかったみたいだけれど、
What?
お年寄りたちはお社様のたたりだと疑わなかったみたいね。
The woman with Tomitaki-san chuckled mischievously. Tomitaki-san began laughing with her. It was so infectious, I ended up laughing as well.
でも今ではどうかしらね。
Wonder what?
結構いるんじゃないかしら。若い人にも。
Oh, who believe in the curse.
いるって何がですか？
信じてる人だよ。
People who believe.
お社様のたたり。
Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman's lips were still curled into a smile, but her expression turned stern.
その後ね、毎年起こるんだよ。決まって今頃にね。
怒るって何が？
Oyashiro-sama's curse. Tomitaki-san paused for a second as if to build up some suspense. Then he whispered to me, as if someone might have been listening.
毎年綿流しの日になるとね、
Every year, on the day of Watanagashi,
誰かが死ぬんだよ。
someone dies.
バラバラ殺人の翌年の綿流しの日、
Year following the dismemberment on the day of Watanagashi,
ひなみ沢の住人でありながらダ
the
ムの
man
リーチ派
from
だった
Hinamizawa
男が
who
旅行
supported
先
the
で
dam
崖下の
fell
濁流
off
に
the
転
cliff
落して死亡
of
した。奥さんに至っては死体も上がってない。
南沢の人間でありながらダム事故当時お年寄りたちはお社様のたたりだとささやき合ったものよ。
Oh no. The woman chuckled mischievously again.
さらに翌年、
The next year,
綿流しの晩、今度は神社の神主が原因不明で急死した。奥さんはその晩のうちに沼に受水自殺した。
神社の神主って今日のこの神社の神主ですか？
yes, that's kind of what he means, Keiichi. The woman nodded.
村人たちはお社様のお怒りを鎮めきれなかったんだって噂したわね。
さらに翌年、これもまた綿流しの晩、
Then the year after that, again, on the night of the Watanagashi,
今度は近所の主婦が撲殺体で発見された。
oh, housewife. Up until now, all these mysterious deaths were people involved with the dam, or who had connections with Oyashiro-sama. What in mind could the housewife have been involved in some way too?
その通りよ。
Can everybody read our boy's mind? The woman stated slyly. No, it was more menacingly.
被害者の一家はね、その2年前に転落死したダム誘致派の男の弟一家に当たるのよ。
Oh,
本人はまだ生きてるらしいね。
the brother is still alive, it seems.
でもやはりかなり気にしてね、近隣の町に引っ越してったらしいよ。
For a while, I stood there with my mouth agape. The battle over the dam construction, with Hinamizawa's future at stake, and the murder at the center of it all. That was all I knew, and that was all I wanted to ask about. But that wasn't all there was to the story. Homicide, body disposal, accidental deaths, terminal illnesses, suicide. Not sure if you can say that word into it. Shh. Fatal beatings. I'm a pretty level-headed person. I don't really want to believe in curses. But the freakish deaths happen every year on the day of the Watanagashi, and all of them were related to the dam construction. It was easy to dismiss each of them as coincidence by themselves. But when you put them all together, dismissing all of them as coincidence would then defy logic. I don't believe in curses, but every single year, on the day of the Watanagashi, somebody or something makes it happen without fail. The woman chuckled again as she picked up on what I was thinking. It felt like she was saying, maybe there was. Maybe we frightened him. Stuff like that. felt embarrassed being read so easily. I pressed Tomotaki-san to continue, a bit more impatient and irritation in my tone. Then,
その翌年の綿流しの晩にも
so somebody
また
died
人が死ぬわけです
next
よ
year,
ね。
right?
今度は誰です？
さてね、圭一君は誰だと思うかな？
あ？
The way he said it, it didn't agree with me. The sarcastic tone ticked me off.
はぐらかさないでくださいよ。俺は結構真剣に。
まあまあ圭一君、落ち着いて。
I realized when she tried to calm me down that I had been panicking.
別にはぐらかしたつもりはないんだよ、圭一君。つまり、その翌年の綿流しってのは、つまり。
That's tonight. That's right now.
今日よ。
That's today. And Tomitaki-san hesitated to say it. She finished it for him. I broke into a cold sweat. I really didn't like the direction of this was heading.
みんな口にしないけど、今夜また何か起こるんじゃないかって思ってる。
こんなにお祭りで賑わってるのに？
あのね、
Well,
去年の被害者の主婦は不審人者だったらしくてね。
oh,
綿流しのお祭りに参加しなかったらしいの。
今年の綿流しに参加しないと、お社様の怒りに触れるかもしれないって噂。
oh no, that's a good thing we attended the festival.
圭一君なら聞いてるんじゃないかい？
Didn't you hear anything about this, Keiichi-kun? No, I did not, my good sir. I did not. I never even heard a whisper of that rumor.
じゃあみんなのお祭りの参加はたたりを恐れて？
Maybe.
そうなんじゃないかと思うね。今年の綿流しは例年になく参加者が多いよ。
やっぱりみんな怖いんでしょうね。お社様のたたり。
The Oyashiro-sama's curse. I couldn't utter a single word. In this modern age, we've made progress in all scientific fields, shedding light of the unknown in the misunderstood. Where black and white televisions had been eradicated, and we sent men to the moon. Even with all our accomplishments, this can exist in modern society.
桜ってことで近隣の町の子供会をかなり招待したらしいけど、やっぱり一連の事件を受けてあんまり参加はなかったみたいね。人集めに苦労してるって町会の人がぼやいてたもの。
警察もね、過去の事件は全て別個のもので関連性はないとしてるみたいだけどね。警備ってことで私服警官をだいぶ立たせてたみたいだよ。
But how? Like, it happens. Like, I guess I don't know. Maybe because it's a different culture thing. But come on, 5 years, 4 years, something bad happens on this specific night. Every single time. Of course, it's connected somehow. Finally began to dawn on me why Irina and Mion were reluctant to talk. Nothing happened during this Watanagashi. Everything would have been over with, and I'd been none the wiser. If nothing happened at all would be well. In that case, it would all end up being just crazy talk. I should have just pretended like I knew nothing from the beginning. Then they wouldn't have to act like nothing happened. And we could have all gotten back to our life as usual.
やっぱり刺激が強すぎたかしら。
No, I was fine. It just told me that this town is filled with a religious cult, and murders happen every day here, and there's supposed to be a murder disappearance this tonight. And this simple things you tell a teenage boy every night. The woman ran her finger through her hair as she sighed.
いえ、そんな全然。
I had tried to act strong, but that just served to emphasize how much the information had unsettled me. After seeing how I looked, Tomitaki-san appeared to regret saying anything. Letting out a sigh, he then spoke, an awkward, upbeat demeanor.
まさか圭一君、たたりなんて信じてるわけじゃないだろう?
No, I don't believe in curses. I mean, I'm a demon. I can make curses, but it's if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, flies like a duck, it's gonna be a curse.
そりゃまあ。
すべての事件が原因不明で犯人も手口も謎っていうなら僕もたたりを疑ってもいいよ。だけど実際には違う。どの事件もちゃんと警察が捜査して真相や犯人を究明してる。
Are you sure about that? Hearing say police made me feel a lot better. It was perfect for repelling the word curse.
例えば一番最初のバラバラ殺人言ったよね。犯人は一人を残して全員逮捕されてる。残った一人だって時間の問題さ。動機だって酒の上での口論からと判明してる。たたりなんかじゃないだろう。
That was true. If it didn't happen on the day of the Watanagashi, then I wouldn't think it was related to the curse at all.
次の誘致派の夫婦の事故死だってそうさ。恨みを買う立場だったからね。警察が特に入念に捜査したと思うよ。それで発表は事故。他殺じゃない。
でもまた綿流しの日に起きたんですよね。
考えてもみなよ、圭一君。ひなみ沢に敵が多かった彼が地元のお祭りにおちおち参加できると思うかい？彼にとっては綿流しの時期は特にひなみ沢に居づらい時期に違いないよ。だからわざわざこの時期に旅行をし、意図的にひなみ沢を離れようとしたんじゃないかな。
You are speaking some facts. It does make some sense. It wasn't a clear explanation, but I sort of understood what Tomitaki-san was getting at. This way. This way is fine. So I pressed on earnestly, asking more questions so that I could convince myself.
じゃあ富武さん、その次に死んだ神主さんはどうです？原因不明の奇病だって。それもまたしても綿流しの日に。
神主さんはもっと説明がつきやすいよ。
It is.
綿流しのお祭りは神主さんにとっては年に一度の大行事。過労に体調不良が重なったんだろうね。
But an unknown illness?
あるいはもともと持病持ちだったのかもしれない。
でも奇病ですよ。
Yeah, like I just said.
この医学の進歩した時代に原因不明なんて。
You're in the 80s. We're in the late 2020s, so early 2020s. So we discover new things all the time. We got you beat there, KG.
おひれだよ。
Okay. I can buy it.
噂が噂を呼んだだけさ。
Rumors making rumors.
2年立て続けに事件が起これば誰だって過敏になるよ。急死は確かに不自然だったかもしれないけど、こういう死に方をすると必ず警察が検視をする。で、事件性は発見されなかったんだろう。本当に偶然の病死なんだよ。
確か神主の奥さんが自殺してます。じゃあこれは？
すでに説明した通りさ。3年目の事件に村人たちは動揺していた。信心深い人たちはすぐにたたりだと決めてかかったのさ。もちろん神主の奥さんもね。自殺の際に 死んでお社様の怒りをお鎮めするみたいな遺書が見つかったらしいし。
Oh, okay.
じゃあ次の主婦の事件はまたしても綿流しの日に。
この事件は犯人も逮捕されて解決してるよ。
Oh, but does it take away from the idea of a curse?
一種の異常者でひなみ沢のたたり騒ぎを面白がって再現したと自供してる。
じゃあ次の年の事件は。
The incident tonight, save my boy. Oh yeah, this year is the next year. Tomitake-san gave a hearty laugh.
もう何も起こらないよ。
Nothing will happen.
今度こそね。
Not this year.
お社様のたたりなんてもともとない。一連の偶然をあると信じている人たちがそうだと吹聴しているだけさ。
My internal computer finally got itself back on track. I felt a bit embarrassed by how childish I had become after losing control and panicking.
僕は圭一君がひなみ沢をとても好きだと思ってることをよく
It's
知
a
っ
nice
てるよ。
place. It's a nice place.
仮にお社様のたたりが実在したとしても、そんな圭一君にたたりがあるなんてとても思えないね。
I felt very relieved. I should probably just forget everything I heard tonight. I'll greet Rina and Neon tomorrow with the same smile as always. And they probably also like tonight to end without incident, so they can continue on tomorrow without having worried about me. Perhaps seeing my change in attitude, the woman who had been listening and stretched as she got up from the rocks she was sitting on.
さてと、そろそろ私は戻らないとね。
おっと、僕も少々長くおしゃべりしすぎたかな。
There were so few people compared to the crowd from before. I could only make out a few groups of families enjoying the cool evening air. I looked at my watch. It seemed we talked for the better part of an hour.
圭一君もお友達と一緒に来たんでしょ。みんなを探したら。
そうだった。みんな俺のことを探してるかもしれない。
女の子に探させるなんてなかなかの罪人だね。
じゃあね、おやすみなさい、圭一君。二郎さんもね。また後ほど。
Alright, bye Jiro-san, bye Tanako-san. Oh yeah, you guys don't know her name's Tanako. Her name's Tanako! Tomitake-san seemed to be quite the scoundrel himself. So, his name is Jiro. After dusting off her backside, she disappeared into the crowd of people still busy cleaning up the shrine grounds. Rina! Oh, the music's back. In her place, Rina came running over. I could see all the others behind her. Speak of the devil.
悪い悪いケイちゃん、すっかり話し込んじゃっててさ。
I completely forgotten about them while caught up in my own conversation. So we were even.
あら、富武さんもご一緒でございましたの。
Yeah.
ちょうどよかったですわ。
Why? Why are you smiling like that?
今日の射的の結果発表がありますです。
But didn't we already win the bear?
ああ、そうだったね。結局ビリは僕なのかな。
Oh, he needs a penalty. They're fading out on this man. You're like, this is the final time Tomitake-san was found alive. Hey, doesn't that gun look weird? You guys can see that? Is my mouse circling it? I can tell on my end. But like right where my head is. Like right there. It's like, so where it says gun 3 001A And that the communist, the Chinese flag on it? What the heck? Like, I know, I'm pretty sure it's just a toy gun, but it feels kind of weird because how much I know about the story. In the end, after my dramatic victory, Rika-chan was the last challenger. But there weren't many targets left. Oh, that's right, Rika didn't get a chance to play. The ones remaining were all tiny and difficult to hit. She did take her time and aim, but all 3 shots were completely missed. She was to end up sharing the loser's crown with Tomitaki-san. Aw, that's so cute! Rika blushing. She's all embarrassed. However, she did her little meeping cry in front of the owner, and he turned to mush instantly. Faker. She was given a pack of gum as a consolation prize. Her methods were a bit audacious, but she did avoid being the loser rather magnificently.
思うにリカちゃんって結構タヌキだろ。
Rika-chan is quite the trickster. She does have her moments.
圭一の言ってる意味がわかりませんです。
She's a little fox.
ビリは富武さんに決まり。
Everyone cheered and applauded. Tomitaki-san smiled warily, slightly bewildered.
じゃあ富武さん、覚悟はいいかな？罰ゲーム。
え？あ、忘れてた。
Yep, you gotta face a penalty. You lost. You're too naive, Tomitaki-san. This is what you got yourself. This is why you got to. This is why you've got to avoid losing in our club. Mion pulled out a felt tip marker from her pocket. Oh, it's that.
ミオン、武士の情けだ。せめて彗星にしてやれ。流星は辛い。
油性じゃないとダメだよ。
It just has to be permanent.
お洗濯したら落ちちゃうじゃない。
なんで
Oh no, our boy is sweating.
お手柔らかに頼むよ。
All of us pinned his arms behind his back, and Mion approached him with a marker in one hand.
キュッキュッキュッだ。
Squip, squip, squip. But she didn't write on Tomitaki-san's face. She wrote on the shirt he was wearing. You better have your big break this year, Mion. Miranda took up the marker next. Show me your photos next time, okay? Elena. And we do better. Show me your photos next time, okay? Rena. It was a little heartwarming. I just had to laugh. Oh no.
これじゃあ罰ゲームってより寄せ書きじゃないか。
私は甘くはありませんのよ。
Yeah, she can be pretty ruthless.
ちゃんと罰ゲームできますわ。
Huh? Oh, get lost, Satoko. Try harder next time, Rika.
圭一さんもどうぞでございます。
I couldn't decide what to write, but based on what kind of penalty this was probably the most appropriate. Come back and play again, Keiichi. Tomitaki-san was silent the entire time. At first he was quite bewildered, but now he had a different look on his face.
これを着たまま帰郷するのも罰ゲームのうちに入るのかな。
もちろん。ちゃんと着たまま家に帰ってね。
次に来る時にも着てきてくれるといいな。いいな。
It would be nice. He appeared deeply moved. Embarrassment mixed with wealth of other emotions made him turn bright red.
わかった。次に来る時もこれを着てくるよ。
You better.
約束する。
Rena will come for you. Everyone cheer and applaud our boy, our photographer man, Tomitake-san. Give him a round of applause, everyone. It was the finest parting gift possible for a buddy heading out tonight. I saw the woman who was with Tomitake-san standing near the festival grounds. It seemed Tomitake-san noticed her too, and knew it was time to leave.
お連れ様がお待ちみたいじゃん。そろそろお時間かな。
Can't keep the lady waiting.
そうみたいだね。
Tomitake-san headed off towards her and seemed to apologize for making her wait. It may sound kind of weird here. I'm trying to open this thing open. Yeah. You never get the rest of the whole juice out of the carton with the lid. You gotta break it open to get the rest. We all shouted stuff at Tomitake-san. Each time we did, he looked back and waved his hand. Eventually, he faded into the darkness of the night, out of sight. Okay. Oh, no. About the stool is about to tip over. But the microphone is not my buddy, not my blue yeti. Yeah, it was quite the casual farewell. This wasn't the first time any of us had seen someone off. They had done the same thing many times before.
行っちゃったね。
いかとね。
じゃ、うちらも引き上げるかね。
Rika-chan had to stay behind with the other committee members. Since they were having a meeting, Sako was tagging along with her. Heading back home with the usual suspects. They walked back quite lively, with talk of the day's war stories. Should have done this. Should have done that. That kind of stuff. Ren and I parted ways with Mion. Then it was just the two of us. Then we got to my house, and I parted ways with Rena as well.
こんな時間だけど、一人で大丈夫か？
全然平気だよ。近いし、走っていくし。
You sure?
変な奴がいたら大声出せよ。
出したら、助けに来てくれるのかな。
No, I'll try my best.
聞こえたらな。
If I hear you.
聞こえるくらい大きな声を出すね。
Merely spinning her arms around at high speed, Rena dashed off. She was fine. In that mode, not even an adult could stand against her. Rena's cheerful presence disappeared and finally became quiet again. The curse that not a soul mentioned even under their breath. The more I learned about it tonight, the more unsettling it became. It didn't show on any other faces, but they were all it didn't show on any of their faces, but they were probably all quite concerned about it as well. But if nothing happens tonight, then it all ends up being just crazy talk. Nothing will happen. Nothing bad. Nothing at all.
どうしたのケイチ、そんなところで。中に入りなさい。風邪をひくわよ。
Okay, Mama. It was my mom.
母さんは行った？綿流しのお祭り。
結局お父さんが起きなかったからね。
Oh
行き
no!
そびれちゃったわ。残念。
Mom stuck her tongue out with a bit of embarrassed look on her face. How old is she? If I do the same thing. Higurashi. When they cry. So that was the Watanagashi Festival, everybody. How did you like it? Oh! We got a bunch of tips. Hojo couple's falling incident. The terminal illness death of the Shinto priest Furude. Housewife murder. Radio log. Okay, so I guess we gotta go in order. We already read. Yeah, because before we already read everything about the dismemberment incident, which was the first year of the curse. So the Hojo couple falling is the second year of the curse. Okay, let's read the details. From June 1980 edition. On the afternoon of XX at 2 p.m., officer employee blank and his wife blank of Hinamizawa village in Shishibon Prefecture disappeared after falling 27 meters from the observatory platform in Shirakawa Prefecture. Police and firefighters searched downstream and discovered the body of blank at 7 p.m. that evening. His wife, blank, has yet to be found. The search has run into difficulties due to the effect of the Typhoon 3 from the previous day. It appeared a railing at the observatory that a blank's lean on had broken, causing them to fall. The groundkeeper staff was questioned by the police in regard to facility deconstruction and park maintenance was performed properly. Oh, that was quick. Alright. The third year of the Oyashiro-sama curse. The terminal illness death of the Shinto priest Furude. From June 1981 edition. On the afternoon of blank around 10 p.m. in the X-district of Hinamizawa village in Shibon Prefecture, the Shinto priest of Furude's shrine passed away after existing conditions. He was recovering from suddenly worsened. Parties close to the deceased said he was suffering from anxiety and issues concerning the festival, which was to be held that day. Also, after Blank's death, his wife Blank went missing, leaving behind a farewell note. The police and local youth association continued the search. However, given the presence of the farewell message and the fact that the Onikakushi swamp is said to be bottomless, they had run into difficulties. The fourth year of Oyashiro-sama's curse. The murder of the housewife. It wasn't reported. It wasn't reported in the newspaper. Oh. Okay, it wasn't a joke. It really wasn't reported. Okay, interesting. So what's this radio log? Oh. Okay. Oh, I know that voice. I know that voice anywhere.
運びたいそうですがどうしますか？どうぞ。
Over.
はい、了解です。ああ、応援も到着しました。先に写真撮らせた方がいいんじゃないですか？外車、もう無駄だと思いますし。
Oh. The Vic is done for. I'm pretty sure that's just a translation thing, but I don't think Vic is properly a word in Japanese. No, it's victim. I'm nitpicking. Alright, the morning after the Watanagashi. Ohayo gozaimasu.
ケイちゃん、昨日はお疲れ様。
ミオンこそお疲れさんな。昨日は楽しかったぜ。
It was fun. It was amazing.
そうそうケイチくん本当にありがとね
You're welcome, Rena-chan.
クマさん
Mr.
気に入って
Bear.
もらえて嬉しいぜ。裁縫針とか刺したりするのに使うなよ。
しないよそんなこと
Oh, we're just rushing through. Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom, but the moment I stepped into the room, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It was a bucket filled to the brim with water, and unfortunately my foot stepped right into it.
あら朝から雑巾がけとは熱心でございますわね
Oh my god, Satoko! Hi! I mean, that's cool that you're actually able to pull it off, but why? Oh god. Clump, 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 whoop, poof. She just got so close to the screen. She's almost like me. I feel, I want to be so bigger to compensate. Satoko, why are you here? Satoko, you're in my space. I don't like it. Fake tears. Crocodile tears.
ケイチさんがデコピンした
You're lucky that's all he did after you pull a stunt like that.
今度はもっと凶悪な罠を仕掛けなさいですよ
Rika, you're a good partner, but don't encourage your girlfriend's bad behavior. Seeing that Rena began to swoon as Miao looked on in disbelief. I love her face when she looks like that. She's like, hi. Oh, what's going on here? Why? Okay. I'm not easily entertained. Sometimes I feel like I'm too easily entertained by things. Everything was the same as always. Everyone was there and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties I had in the back of my mind since yesterday had vanished.
どうしたのケイチくんひょっとして寝不足かな
Kana?
バッチリ爆睡したよ。なんなら授業中にも実演するぜ。
ダメだよそんなの
Mian altered us that the teacher alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled to their seats.
皆さん
Ah, we finally get to see her. I love the design for Chi Sensei. It's so cute. I like the I love her little hair. Her eyes are, to be fair, her eyes are kind of just like Rika's and Mion's. She's nice and sweet. Her arms are like, goddamn, her arms are like twigs.
昨日はお祭りでしたね。最後まで後片付けに参加した人たちは 本当にお疲れ様でした。
I did not. We're all slackers, so none of us actually helped clean up. I was joking. Actually, I had the feeling that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus.
さて、この時期にはお祭りの取材で遠くから雑誌なんかの取材の方が見えたりします。
I thought it was the usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out. But then I noticed the different tone in her voice and started paying attention.
皆さんが取材を受けることがあるかもしれませんが、曖昧なことやいい加減なことは言わないように。いいですね。
Aye, Chi Sensei. Unison, everyone replied, "Yes, ma'am." What she said was really vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, "Don't spout stupid shit. Think it's funny." And now I was one of the ones who need to keep their mouths shut. I found it rather cute how I felt a sense of unity from such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. I had a wonderful school day. I was summoned to club activities after school. Since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday, we just spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. You think we relax in this club? We do nothing but try to kill one another, defeat each other in mortal battles of games.
今日は本格派の推理ゲームでいこう。
A game of deduction.
こんなのはどうかな。
お、海外もののゲームか。
Overseas. Ah, okay.
面白そうだな。
説明書も英語ですけどね。ルールはそう難しくはありませんのよ。
You can read English, Satoko? I know you're smart and people give you credit for it, but I don't think you know any English.
負けないからね。僕はこのゲーム苦手じゃないですよ。
It seemed that Rena didn't handle this kind of game very well.
ルールはね、事件の犯人と凶器、
The rules
あ
are
と
the person
犯行
who
現
can
場の
match
3
the
つを当てら
murderer,
れた人が勝ち。
weapon, and the scene of the crime wins. Okay. There are 3 kinds of cars, comprised of suspects, weapons, and locations. I could see that names, Neon and Rika, were written on the suspects' cards. Oh, a card with my name on it as well.
凶器のカードにもいろいろ種類があるな。斧やらナイフやら毒物やら。
Nine axes and poisons.
犯行現場のカードも渋いぞ。リビングやら書斎やら中庭やら。
Okay.
つまりね、これらのカードが1枚ずつ抜かれるの。それが正解のカード。で、残ったカードはシャッフルしてみんなで等分。互いに手持ちのカードを質問し合って、抜かれた正解のカードが何かを探るわけ。
Okay, alright. This sounds somewhat decent, understandable. So the cards nobody has are the true perpetrators.
それで、答えが分かったら挙手。ゲームを終了して、答えが正しいかを確認。
Alright.
正解なら勝ちで1ポイント。
Then you get a point.
外れていればマイナス1ポイント。
Minus a
正
point.
解してもしなくてもゲーム終了だから、カードは集めて仕切り直しってわけ。
やってみればわかるでございますわ。
Okay, okay.
結構頭を使うでございますわよ。
Oh, that must be hard for you, Sadako.
メモを取りながらじゃないと混乱しますです。
Is Rika talking about the game, or is she talking about the game?
あとはやって覚えるさ。で、ミオン。今回の罰ゲームは何だ？
Everyone directed their attention to Mion.
そうだね。じゃあ昨日の疲れも多少あるだろうから、今日はソフトに使いっ走りの刑はどう？
Go for a penalty.
みんなからお使いを頼まれて、それを買いに走るってわけ。
That's okay for people to have money. I don't have money, Mion.
つまり ジュ
I
ース
know,
とかお
in
菓
case
子とかを買いに行かされるんだね。
that seems nice and reasonable. So it's definitely not what Mion's gonna do.
今日の罰ゲームは簡単そうな気がしますです。
Rika, shut the fuck up. So stop looking disappointed. I wonder, is it really?
やはりケイチさんもそう思いますですの？
Oh no.
ああ。何を買いに行かされるかわからないからな。
Yeah. Like I said, I'm betting Mion would send out whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or Happy Family Planning Manual. Oh god. That would be embarrassing for any kid. But if you send a little kid like Rika or Santoku to buy it, oh boy, you'd be raising so many freaking eyebrows and concerns. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Not gonna leave you hanging. I just need to get some medicine. Need to get some medicine. Stupid chair. Yeah. What am I getting? Okay. Alright, back. Wasn't on that long, was I? Or was I? I'm not good with time. Not good with time. Not really. No. Now I have this like weird kind of pain. Just I had a minute, but now it's back. I don't mind telling you guys what it is, but it's a bit TMI. Probably especially for you ladies watching, so I don't really want to talk about it unless you guys want to know. If you want to know, then I don't mind. But medicine taken will take effect probably 30 minutes. Hopefully. How long have you been going for? Oh, barely not. It barely didn't feel like it's been that long. Only an hour and 38. What is this? Junk. Alright, let's get back to the game. I just need to get chat back up in case I need it. Okay, check's back up. The cards were slightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, and the scene of the murder have been taken out. So that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards.
じゃあ1番は部長の私から行くよ。ミオン、ナイフ、書斎。
You pick one suspect, weapon, and murder scene and ask the other players. If you have any of those cards, then you must say, I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have.
あ、俺持ってるぜ。
レナもあるの？僕も持ってますです。
Okay.
完全な投資ですわね。
3 people answered, then she asked if they had Mion, knife, and study. So that means that Mion and Knife and Study are all in clear. Gotta jot that down.
じゃあレナはね、レナ、オノ、ラウンジだよ。
Wait, should I be writing this down? I know the game. I know it's just a straight the end, so there's no options for me to play. But I feel like I should be writing down. Oh, what did she say? She said, Rena X Lounge. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of Rena X Lounge, one of them's correct and part of the crime. No, wait. Even they said they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible that either Satoko or Rika-chan has 2 of the cards.
じゃあ次はケイちゃんだね。どうぞ。
どうぞ。
待ってくれよ。まだ整理中。
The game has me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, this feels like it's going to be tough. Yeah, the criminal. What? Here I am spinning around in circles, and Mion just now raises her hand.
犯人はリカちゃん。凶器は毒物で、犯行現場は医務室。どう？
Mion drew the cards from the box, and we checked to see if her deduction was right.
正解だね。
She got it right?
あと一手だったですのに。毒物かピストルかわからなかったでございます。ピストルなんか使わないです。
I never use a pistol. Yeah, Rika would never use a pistol. She is a classy lady. She would never use a pistol. The guns are too quick. They're not intimate. You can't savor all the emotions.
毒物でじわりじわりがいいのです。
Rika, my sweetheart, Rika, you shouldn't say those things out loud. Rika-chan said it was such a hugely terrifying thing with such a sweet little face. Everyone's making a commotion about how they almost had it. Ren and I were left out in the cold, though.
ケイチ君はどうだったかな。レナは全然。
安心しろ。俺もさっぱりだ。
二人とも何自信ないこと言ってんだか。二人仲良くビリになっちゃうよ。
That's even worse. Going off buying something together as a couple. Going off and buying something together as a couple. What if we ended up having the buy the happy? Oh no. Rena's face will die from embarrassment. Or attack everyone with her cuteness.
ケイチはこのゲーム苦手そうな顔してますです。
Rika, you don't need to say out loud. Where's the sweetheart Rika that we all love and know?
全然そんなことはないぞ。次でシャーロック前原の実力を見せてやる。
Sherlock Marabara during the next round.
あら、それはいいですわね。
It is wonderful.
徹底的に叩きのめして差し上げますわ。
Shut up. After that, I managed to somewhat grasp the trick about the game. Behind the game. But I was still also a step or two behind. I saw that Mion was somehow gleaning information from the others while asking their questions. That level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was if I become ruthless. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process needed to win. The important thing isn't to find How did I do that? The important thing isn't to find out the criminal. It's to win at the game. Oh. Ulrika.
あ、ごめん。ちょっとトイレ行ってくるな。
ゆっくりブリブリしておいで。
Woman, have some class.
みーちゃん、それ下品。
I agree with Rena. That's gross. Don't mention that. Don't talk about that. I had them haul off the game and head down the hall. The air was crisp. It showed just how It showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was from our body heat. On school grounds, some of our classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Rena had made her way over towards me.
ケイチくん、ひょっとしてレナのこと呼んだ？
No.
ああ、読んだ。
Oh, he did? I got from my seat and winked over at Rena. I'm glad it worked out.
時間の無駄なんで担当直入に行く。レナ、お前の今日のゲームの過去の戦績は？
She was taken aback. After a moment, she hesitantly opened her mouth.
全敗だよ。
Okay, that's not good. Not good at all.
どうしてそんなこと聞くんだろう。
Don't know. I could tell from how apprehensively she was playing.
このままでいくと俺もそうなる。
I will as well.
今日のゲームは大逆転の秘策が思いつかない。
じゃあ今日の罰ゲームはケイチ君と一緒なのかな？
No, we gotta win.
おいおい、早くも負けを受け入れるなよ。勝ちに行こうぜ。俺たちで。
でもどうやって？
Oh, I brought my lips to Rena's ear. Whisper. Whisper, 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 whisper.
そんなのありなのかな？
忘れたのかレナ。海賊第2条だぞ。勝つために全ての努力をしよう。
頑張るよ。
A plan of attack was quite rudimentary one. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were next to each other, we reveal our hands to each other. If we did it under the desk, then nobody would know. We begin the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this much information would mean we need to investigate less.
この作戦なら他の連中よりも確実なリードを持って開始できる。
これなら今度こそ勝てそうだよ。
We both smirked at each other. It was the shady businessman that Rena was the corrupt senator. If I was the shady businessman, then Rena was the corrupt senator. Pleasure doing business with you.
じゃあ早速戻ろうよ。二人で組んでみんなをあっと言わせちゃおう。
Let's.
おいおい、
Hey now.
二人で一緒に戻っちゃ意味ないだろう。
There's no point if we go back together.
いかにも打ち合わせしてきましたって感じだぞ。
あ、ごめん。じゃあどうしよう。
レナは先に戻れ。俺は洗面所で顔でも洗ってのんびりしてから戻る。
わかったね。
Rena turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess I should have waited a bit longer before going back. If I went out too soon, it wouldn't seem like I went to the bathroom. If Mion or some of them suspected something, then there could be problems. Well, they figured it out sooner or later, because both Rena and I will start winning over and over again. Both Rena and I will have earned enough points to avoid being the losers by the time Mion realized what was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all.
前原くん
Hi, Chi-sensei.
ちょっといいですか
No, you may not. It's the teacher. Man, things were just getting good.
何ですか？今ちょっと大事な。
前原くんにお客さんがいらしてますよ
I have a guest?
昇降口へ行ってください
Is it the man himself?
俺別にお店なんか開いてないし。
待たせていますよ早く行ってきなさい
Okay. Right before my big match was pretty bad timing to have a visitor. But the very fact that someone was here to see me was strange enough to pique my interest. I didn't want to waste any time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway was a heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Waiting there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened and his jacket tucked underneath his arm.
前原さんですか
Do I need to say yes?
前原圭一さん
Who are you, my good sir? You look like you have air conditioning. There was no question that he wasn't a resident of Hinamizawa, and that this was, without a doubt, the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Tomitaki-san, it seemed that I was fated to meet middle-aged. It seems I was fated to meet middle-aged men. I know those strange and foreign creatures. They only appear every 33 days.
そうですよ。どちら様ですか？
私の車エアコンが効いてますからそっちでお話しましょう
Yes. He has a C in the car. Guys. You hear it? He says a thing. He has a C in the car. We gotta go. I know they say stranger danger and all that.
ここ暑くありません
What the hell is that? Well, whatever. Who cares? You know, forget stranger danger. The man has AC in the car. We gotta go. It only makes sense. He can do whatever he wants with us after we enjoy the AC. Man completely ignored my question, pointed over to his parked car near the gate and began walking. You've got to be kidding me. I had no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know. He was asking me to get in his car with him?
だって食いやしません
I'm not... That's what a predator would say.
どうぞどうぞ
He opened the back of the door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was about. Even while knowing that conversations that start out like this have never led to anything good. The inside of the car was pretty cool. Cars with air conditioners were supposed to be a luxury. My dad didn't even have one in his car, at least.
冷えすぎだったら言ってくださいよ
Okay.
私ガンガンに冷やしちゃうたちですから
で、俺に何の用ですか？
Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me, and start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. On it was the face of a pretty goofy looking guy.
この男性のことでご存知のことがあったら教えてください。
Who the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would have been able to recognize who he was from this expressionless picture that looked like it was taken from the DMV.
シャツにマジックで落書きがありましたね。前原さんをはじめクラスメート何人かの署名入りでした。
え、こ
Oh,
れ富武さん？
there was no hint in his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was expressionless, half asleep face.
ではこちらの女性はわかりますか？
Even before seeing it, I had a good idea of who it was.
名前は知りませんけど、ゆうべ富武さんと一緒にいた女の人です。
I didn't know her name was, but I didn't know she was a resident in Hinamizawa.
こ
Wait,
の
what the
二
heck
人
just
に
happened?
最後に会ったのはいつですか？
Did that image just flash on the screen? I felt like saying it was flash on the screen, but I can't go back to see.
綿流しのお祭りの晩、一緒に話をしました。二人とも仲良さそうでしたよ。
何か気になったこととかありませんか？
No, they're a little creepy, but nothing
何
really.
でも結構です。話してください。
Being asked for every little detail is very troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now.
富武さんたちに何かあったんですか？
There was no response to my inquiry. Thus, I replied to that silence in kind. I was pretty sure, no, certain, this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking about Tomitaki-san? What was he asking about Tomitaki-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke
前
again.
原さんはまだこちらに越されてきたばかりですよね。
I did, my good sir, but that's none of your
ご
business.
存知ですかな？
Where what, my good sir?
例のお社様の話は。
I'm not that well versed. Can we please stop talking about it? My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. It probably showed on my face.
全く知らない？
Not at all.
知らないんなら結構なんですがね。
まあ、聞いたことくらいは。富武さんに教えてもらったんですけど。
どの辺までご存知ですか？
The dismemberment killing, the accidental death, the death of the illness followed by game over, and the lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that always happen on the day of the Watanagashi ended up in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tomitaki-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think there was anything more than that.
前原さんはそのタタリとかを信じていますか？
It is an interesting
率直
discussion.
なところで結構です。
Good sir, you are talking to a child. Can you please stop?
信じてません。
My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it, and it was. I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear my own doubts that this was more prominent feeling.
本当に
Really?
ならよかったです。やっぱり前原さんは都会育ちですね。
Yes, I am. I'm a city boy. What are you?
信じてなかったら何なんですか？俺、仲間を待たせてるんで、あまり時間取れないですけど。
Get this old geezer, stop talking to me already. I got to go and play a card game.
その写真の男性は昨晩お亡くなりになりました。
Okay, he can get better, right? I mean, death isn't always the end. You know, you can get better. My mind went blank. My mind went blank. Huh? What happened to Tomitaki-san?
よりにもよってね、つまり綿流しの当日、前原さんにはどういう意味があるのかわかりますよね。
意味って、意味なんか。
Not any for the cause of his death or the reason behind it. The real problem was that he died on the day of the Watanagashi, meaning this year, the curse of Oyashiro-sama had once again.
富武二郎さんがお亡くなりになられたことはまだ内緒です。どうしてかはなんとなくお分かりになりますよね。
I didn't want to understand why.
教えてください。一体何があったんですか？
You do not tell him anything. He is a child.
得意なんですよ。
What the hell was this? Did you guys hear a string instrument?
ひなみ沢の方にはちょっと刺激の強い。
It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn something I shouldn't. Or at least, that's how I figured I would feel if I listened to the rest.
第一発見は祭りの警備を終えて期間中のうちのワゴンでした。時刻は24時5分前。場所は町へ出る道路がちょうど舗装道路に変わるところありますよね。坂を下りきったあたりにあそこの路肩でした。
There are a few street lights on that road. Its pitch black darkness was only broken by the lights of passing cars in the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Tomitaki-san was spotted, collapsed on the shoulder of the road. Tomitaki-san was face down, covered in blood. Blood and muck covered the asphalt.
みんな初めはひき逃げされたものだと思っていました。ですが、意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。
What was abnormal about it, my good sir?
喉がね、引き裂かれていたんですよ。
That tends to happen sometimes. It just, again, I'm turning the music up a little bit. It feels like it was matched that up a little bit. The text speed too.
ナイフとか？
Yeah, knife, kitchen knife, chef knife. But you can't really do a butcher's knife because those are like cleavers. You can't really do that. But you can do a paring knife, nice and small. No? Oh, okay. So how about a serrated blade?
爪でした。
Okay, you hammer a few nails in his neck. Kind of overdoing it, but effective. Nails? As in fingernails? You mean his neck was clawed through?
検視の結果、それも自分の爪でということが判明しました。
Oh my, oh, oh, okay.
それってどういうことですか？
I mean, he ended himself in the most brutalist way possible. Yeah, I can't say that. Tomitaki-san, whatever was going on through his mind, tore open his own throat as hard as he could with his own nails. Tore through the skin until he started to bleed. And even then, Tomitaki-san didn't stop. He continued clawing. With enough intensity, they could have been peeled off his nails, still clawing. Then, as his nails reached those vital arteries that you should never damage, he continued clawing. Splurt. Blood splattered on the ground around him. As he bled, while gasping for breath, he collapsed. His body spasmed as he died in agony.
薬物を疑いましたが、そういう類のものは検出できませんでした。
But this was, I never heard of such a thing. This, a natural way of dying? This wasn't a mysterious death. Then, what was it? What was? Then why did he die? In these 5 years, his death most resembled that of a curse. I had to show myself and Tomitaki-san, who proclaimed that there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong.
他にもいくつか不審な点があります。体内分泌物、発汗、脱毛等から富武さんはお亡くなりになる直前、極度の興奮状態だったようなのです。
Yeah, that's kind of forgiven. You probably had to be if you're able to do that to yourself. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind while clawing out their throat.
手の傷と付近に落ちていた角材が一致しました。周囲の木やガードレールに叩いた後、周囲に散乱する富武さんの血痕。
That's a new detail I never noticed before. I don't think was that said in the anime? The wounds on his hands match a discarded piece of lumber found nearby. There are traces of where he struck a tree and the guardrails with it. Tomitaki-san's blood was found all over the place.
つまりですね。
Meaning while tearing out his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber.
体からは本人によらない外傷がいくつか発見されました。
Okay, like what?
富武さんは何者かに暴行を受けた可能性があるということです。外傷の部位から見て複数犯の可能性もあります。
To summarize, Tomitaki-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic, after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing out his own throat, clawing at it. Then he died.
死亡推定時刻は21時から23時頃のようです。つまりお祭りで前原さんが富武さんとお話しして別れてからすぐの出来事なんですよ。
Everyone signed Tomitaki-san's shirt, then parted ways. Right after that, oh yeah, he should have been with that woman. What about her?
行方不明です。出勤もしていませんし、昨夜は自宅にも帰っていません。
Oh no.
事件に巻き込まれた可能性が極めて高いようです。
In what regard? For a while, I couldn't only gaze off into space. I never would have thought that something unfortunate happening to somebody close to me could affect me like this, deeply. The time I spent with Tomitake-san was short. But we went to the same festival, spent time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us.
我々もあらゆる面から捜査を進めますが、村人たちはお社様のたたりの話になると、とにかく口が重くなる。
Yeah, we've seen that. That I knew well. I would have been none the wiser if not for Tomitake-san, the outsider, telling me.
だから俺なんですか？俺がひなみ沢の人間じゃないから。
Probably you're the only one he can trust. I should have been angry that was the reason he wanted to hear what happened from me.
このままでは、富武次郎さんはお社様のたたりで死んだことになってしまいます。
He turned away from me and gazed off far into the distance.
綿流しの晩、神聖な儀式の時、無神経にカメラをバシャバシャやってたものだから、お社様の怒りに触れた。
富武さんにお社様のバチが当たるわけがない。
How do you know? Tomitake-san had to be killed by a human in a crowded group, no less. There's no way I'm going to let this end up being the fault of some curse.
私もそう思います。バチもたたりもあるわけがない。
The tense mood was cut from the man's hearty laugh.
つまり、そういうことですよ、前原さん。たたりを信じていないひなみ沢の方の協力が不可欠なのです。わかりますね。
Neither Tomitake-san nor I believed in curses. But with the way things were going, it just ended up with Tomitake-san's death making the 5th year. Which would mean that Hinamizawa had rejected Tomitake-san. That's something couldn't allow. Tomitake-san was one of us. He didn't live in Hinamizawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There was no way that Tomitake-san could have been cursed by Oishiro-sama.
でも俺に協力できることなんか何もないですよ。あの晩のことは何も知らないし。
いえいえ、何か気になるものを見たり聞いたりしたら教えてくださればいいんです。
If I see or hear, he was talking in the future tense.
物でも人でも噂でも何でも結構です。不確かなもので構いませんから。これ、私の電話番号です。不在でしたら出たものに伝言してくだされば結構です。
He handed me a piece of paper with his number on it, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it, then whenever I wanted to or not, I'd be mired knee deep in this matter.
富武さんの無念を晴らすためにどうかご協力をお願いしたいのです。
That's right. Why was I hesitating? I need to find the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face.
今日ここでした話はすべて内緒です。
はい。
絶対に他言無用でお願いします。
Yes, sir.
わかりました。
お友達にも内緒です。特に園崎さんや古出さんには絶対に知られないようにしてください。
But why? Why? They're my good pals.
園崎ってミオンのことが？なんでだよ。事件に関係あるっていうのかよ。
No. My friend's name is brought up so abruptly, and being told to keep it a secret from them, I became rather angry.
捜査上の都合ということなんです。
煙に巻くなよ。ミオンは 俺の大切な仲間だぞ。
I snapped at him, but he didn't seem to especially be offended.
言ってもいいですが、気を悪くしないでくださいね。
言えよ。
He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit.
ひなみ沢で起こった一連の事件は村
そんなことあるわけないじゃないか。
Give me a break. For all of... First of all, is there any proof of
証
that?
拠はありません。
So how do you know?
しかも過去の事件はここに解決し、いずれの犯人も村とは直接関係ありませんでしたしね。
Okay, that does seem kind of fishy.
じゃあどう考えたらそんな考えに至るんだよ。
毎年綿流しの日に村の旧敵が死ぬ。それだけで
Do
十
you
分
think
に
that's
疑え
enough
ると思い
reason
ま
to
せんか？
suspect something? Only the residents of Hinamizawa felt that the day of Watanagashi was sacred. So basically, because incidents happened on the day, it was somehow related to Hinamizawa?
はじめはダム工事の監督、そして次にダムを誘致した村人。村の旧敵は次々に開始しました。家庭はともかく結果はそうなのです。
Death and disappearance. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion. But it couldn't just be shrugged off.
じゃあ次に死んだ神主やその次に死んだ主婦はどうです？別に村の敵だったわけじゃない。
神主はダム騒動当時リーダーシップを期待されながらも積極的な働きがなかったため、一部の村人から失望、反感を買っていました。
Yeah, it would make sense if he was the priest of the village and technically the leader, one of the leaders of the area. You expect him to be a little bit more proactive and keeping everyone together, wanting to protect the village. But he tried to play like a middleman role.
反感があったにしたって別に村に害を与えたわけじゃないだろう。
But from a certain point of view, some people think that.
その次の主婦なんかどうだよ。誘致した男の弟夫婦だったってだけの理由だろう。もっと殺される理由が薄いじゃないか。そして富武さんに至ってはどうだい。ダム工事とは関係すらないじゃないか。ただよそ者だってだけの理由だぞ。
In the beginning, it fell on those related to the dam project. As the years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower.
それがね、怖いんですよ。
Okay?
徐々に希薄になっていくのが。
何がだよ。
つまり村の敵でなく、よそ者だというだけの理由で
Yeah, to get rid of you.
じゃあ来年の被害者は村のよそ者から選ばれるっていうのか。
あるいは引っ越してきたばかりの人かもしれません。
Oh!
それってどういう。
It means you! Your family! Swallow my words. Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. Then, the next victims, my family. Was he saying it was going to be me?
でもそれとミオンとどう関係があるんだよ。
詳しくは申し上げられませんが、園崎さん一家はダム騒動時の抵抗運動の旗頭だったんです。
Sanazaki's, they hold a lot of power.
それも過激なね。例えば園崎ミオンさんについても同様です。抵抗運動時、いくつかの軽犯罪と公務執行妨害で補導歴があります。
Yeah, Mion's a bit of a thug. I knew Mion had fought. This is the first time I heard of her family leading the protests, though. Then, well, what did it all mean?
ミオンの一家が一連の事件に関係しているとでも言うのかよ。
そうまでは言いません。 もしもそうだったら一番確率が高い、それだけのことなんです。
Not a very clear explanation. It felt like he magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know.
誰が一体どれだけ関わっているのか全くわかりません。だからこそ村人に口外してほしくないのです。
Instead of answering, I gave him a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well enough.
じゃあこう考えましょう。たたりを盲信する村人の皆さんに心配させたくないから内緒。
Aisha? Okay.
そういうことでどうです？
I was gonna go to and see this. Okay, well, I wasn't sure how I looked for a moment because I lost my other screen. What do you mean about that? How should I know? But the reasoning behind wanting me to not carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. He had nothing to do with a curse. He was definitely going to be caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. And none of the villagers should have anything to do with that process. It may cause those sensitive about the curse to just worry needlessly.
みんなが俺に心配させないために内緒にしてくれたように、今度は俺がみんなに心配させないために内緒にする番ってことなのか。
I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious incidents yearly, and the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man wanted, as inspired as it was, but it couldn't be helped.
わかりました。俺だけの秘密にします。それでいいですよね。
沖宮署の
大
石です。
Okinomiya Police Station.
なんならクラちゃんでもいいですよ。
Kuro-chan? Kuro-chan? I never heard that before. Kuro-chan.
いや、大石さんでいいです。
The way he had said it was unpleasant, yet retained hints of politeness. He was the spitting image of a vulgar police officer. Though I've never seen one this bulky before in the cop shows I watch.
時間を取らせすぎました。お友達を待たせていますよね。もう戻った方がいいでしょう。
Oh, what's the bright light? The door opened with a click, and it steamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was an almost cruel heat, as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. As if it was if the land of Hinamizawa itself suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad as the thought crossed my mind.
お友達を疑えと言ったわけではありませんからね。誤解しないでくださいよ。
I'll try not to, fat man. I refrained from telling him what it was too late to say. Something that felt self-serving.
前原さんが何も見つけず、それは村が関わっていないという証拠になるのですから。
見たり聞いたりしたら連絡しますけど、俺は探偵じゃないですからね。変な期待しないでくださいよ。
しませんしません。
Oh.
探偵になんかならなくていいですよ。
Oh, thank goodness.
今までのように自然に生活してください。
I will give him my best, good
そ
sir.
の中で見聞きしたことを教えてくだされば結構なんです。
Okay. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow.
またお会いしましょう。さようなら前原君。
Okay. I returned to the school building without looking back. Don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now there was a lot on my mind. Tomitaki-san's death was hard enough as it was, but to think that there was the possibility of a village conspiracy? Worse still, there was also a chance that Mion was involved. Nonsense. Impossible, not Mion, Rena, Satoko-chan, or Rika-chan. It was a group that attacked Tomitaki-san. Who was the perpetrator? Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be they were hiding somewhere in Hinamizawa? I don't know. All I could say for certain was that I knew that Mion couldn't be the perpetrator.
みーちゃんだよ。犯人は。
Huh? I was startled to hear Rena's voice.
凶器はロープで、犯行現場はラウンジ。
Did you get it right?
外れ
No. Rena clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-destructing over here now.
ケイキさん遅かったですわね。
Sorry.
プンプンでございますのことよ。
I'm seething with anger.
ごめん。ちょっと先生に職員室呼ばれてさ。
素行が悪くて怒られましたですか？かわいそうです。
こっちも白熱してたしね。もういい時間だから次で最後のゲームにしよう。
Okay.
俺の今の持ち点って確か0点だろ。
確かね。
ビリ確定じゃないのかよ。
Yeah, not technically.
大丈夫だよ、ケイチくん。レナ、マイナス1点。
Aw, poor Rena. Guess she has to go buy some embarrassing things. The heck? Her score is lower than mine, and I wasn't even playing.
罰ゲームはレナが1人でかケイちゃんと2人でかを決める最終戦。
冗談じゃねえぞ。
Yeah, right.
罰ゲームはレナ一人でやってくれ。
Keiji!
ケイチくんと2人で勝とうって約束したのに、ずっと待ってたんだよ。
Oh no.
そりゃ俺が悪いな。
It wasn't my fault, girl. I didn't do it. I didn't ditch you on purpose. I followed my initial plan of showing Rena my cards, but I didn't say who was the criminal and just waited for her to call.
わかったよ。
Okay?
犯人は私。
The murderer is is Rena.
凶器は毒物で、犯行現場は玄関ホール。どうかな？
Dokuna?
おお、レナ回答早いじゃん。また当てずっぽうじゃないの？
レナの正解ですよ。
Oh?
じゃあこれでケイチさんも罰ゲーム決定ですわね。やったー。
Ah.
ケイチくん、一緒に頑張ろうね。
ああ、一緒に頑張ろうな。
Yeah, let's do our best. Please, Mion, don't make us do anything stupid. Mion, don't make us do anything stupid. Sadako, wipe the smirk off your face. It's my fault, so I have no choice.
ではゲームセット。トップは私、園崎美音。ビリは前原圭一と竜宮レナ。
Everyone applauded and the game ended. The problem now was the penalty.
じゃあ使いっ走りの系の買ってくるものはトップの私が決めようかね。
何を買いに行かされるんだろう。
薬局は禁じ手にしような。どうしたろう。
Let's blacklist the drugstore. That was your aim, wasn't it?
あ？薬屋なんかに用ないよ。
Sure you don't. Sure you don't.
おじさんが買ってほしいものはね、このメモに書いてあるから。
Girl, you planned this from the start.
いっぱい書いてあるよ。
Nurse. Oh no, what is she making us do? What is she making us do? A lot? Damn it. What is she making us buy?
豆腐2丁、
Okay, not bad.
シャンプーとリンス、
It's decent.
みりんに油揚げ。
Apple cider vinegar is good for you. That's a good thing to have in the house.
なんだこりゃ。
罰ゲームってよりお買い物に見えるでございますわね。今日のミーは勝つ気満々でしたです。
快速第7条。
Rule 7 of our society.
罰ゲームの内容に逆らわない。
And that is the rule. She is the member. She is the club leader. You gotta follow the rules.
はい、お金。シャンプーはうち果物物語だからね。よろしく。
No, at least she's giving you the money. She's paying for it. Or at least some of it.
これお前が頼まれたお使いだろう。
Why should she waste her time shopping when she got you to do it? I promised myself that if I win next time, I make her go buy hemorrhoid cream. Okay, like, what's wrong with having the game just for a second? I love Sadako's just resting in her face, like, the bitch did what? Oh, we got new tips. View all tips. Okay, so they're all stacked together like this. That's cute. Normal face. Smiley faces! Normal face. What is it? I'm not sure what this is. I'm not sure what this hand motion is. But it's cute. Satoko is our adorable little sister. There are more than 4 perpetrators. Search notice. Alright, what we got here? Oh. Hyprovolemic shock induced by clawing out their own throat. Tissue is packed under the nails. No, someone else's nails. It's undoubtedly the individual's own nails. Not natural. Who could go sustain the pain and continue it like that? Yes. Yeah, it's not quite the same thing. Not quite the same thing. Some Tomitaki's fingernails have been pulled out. Fingernails actually ripped off surprisingly easily. But it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Oh god. Why are you talking about this? But also, there was also a lot of bruises on Tomitake's body. It's clear from the shape of them that he was assaulted first by someone or a group of people.
分泌物から見て仏は極度の興奮状態にあったのは間違いないの。
では乱闘になって興奮のあまり自分の喉を引っかき出したってことですか。襲った連中さぞや度肝を抜かれたでしょうな。
It would be quite the show. Yeah. I mean, you just imagine that you almost had to get popcorn for it. It's possible that in such an abnormal environment, a person could perform acts that a sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, those are rare cases.
実はな、大石。仏が武器にしたらしい角材な。
The wood plank deceased uses a weapon.
砂粒とかガードレールの塗装片とかそんなのしか出んかったぞい。
星の服の繊維とか
What about
皮膚
clothes
片と
fibers
か
or skin?
出んかった。
Nothing.
仏は犯人を殴っとらん。
So it wasn't he used as a weapon, or he didn't actually hit them with it.
あるいは殴った角材を星が持ち去ったのかもしれんの。
ならわざわざ角材なんて置いていきませんよ。全部持ってっちゃいます。
それもそうじゃの。
That is true.
富武氏は結構体格もいいし肌も焼けてるし。スポーツ
He's
マン
not
ですよ
he's not
ね。
jacked as he was in the anime.
そうだな。よく運動しとるようだの。
I can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive. But I think his physical strength would be on a higher side. Meaning, he would be difficult to overpower in a brawl. If a man with such a physique, since he was in danger, and swung the plank rather around frantically, it's just unthinkable that it wouldn't even nick the perpetrator. And his opponent was unarmed? This guy had a wooden plank, so you'd think he hit them at least once.
こんだけ体格のいい相
To
手を取
surround
り囲
and
んで
take
襲お
down
うと
someone
したら
else's physique.
何人くらいいりますかね。
アホ、それは大石の方が得意だろうが。アクタレ時代を思い出さんかい。
Bad cop days? What does that mean? If I were to take down this guy, how many would I need? The group wants to take down big prey. It's fundamental to attack with numbers. I guess about 4. Even there was a gap in their strength, they managed.
だとすると、結構犯人は大人数だの。祭りで泥酔した4人以上のグループが怪しいとなるかの。
Group of 4 or more. As if they had that many. They couldn't even have hidden the body in a less obvious location. Or did he somehow break away from that fatal predicament? Then there would be no reason to commit suicide. I almost said the word. Moreover, still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. It's full of mysteries.
こっちもそこは重視しとる。徹底的に調べるつもりだが、あまり期待できんな。何しろ、過去にこんな例はないんだからな。
期待はしませんよ。ですが結果を楽しみにしてます。
おいさん、課長が呼んでるっす。
すみません。ではまた来年お会いしましょう。
おお、いいお年をの。
Best wishes, Oshi. See you in a minute. Let's look at the search notice. Jiro Tomatake, deceased. Resided in a cheap hotel in Shibon City. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. Shishibon City. Registered under the name Jiro Tomitake. Pen name. Travels via folding bike. No license. The bicycle was found 30 meters away, abandoned at the side of a forest path. Present on the day of the festival. Accompanied by the missing Mio Takano. Was seen around 9 p.m. by police. Location afterwards unknown. Held residence in Hinamizawa for 1 week each season for the last 5 to 6 years. Freelance photographer specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious in the film located around the articles of the deceased. Wallet was among the articles of the deceased. Mere act of violence, maybe? From the contents of his wallet, he spent most of his time around Tokyo in Chiba, along with Sobu Nationalist Railway Line. No individual mark matching the name Jiro Tomitake in the registry records of any of the Tokyo wards. Compare teeth to dental records. Send to Metro Police. Attach a photo. Send to Metro Police. Contact magazine regarding Jiro Tomitake. Mio Takano, missing. Nurse at Ire Clinic. Became close to Tomitake through her passion for wild bird photography. Resides in Okinomiya, X-District, blank. Single. Witnessed accompanying Tomitake on the festival grounds. Currently missing. Abducted. Or maybe a suspect. An important person of interest. Had no motive to kill the deceased. Squabble from jealousy, maybe? Need to thoroughly investigate their relationship. Place of work, etc. Need to get information from the police on the scene again. I want some cream puffs. Okay, who's saying this? 4 jumbo ones. Oshi. Guess Oshi, Oshi. But I know another character really likes cream puffs, so that freaked me out for a minute. It really freaked me out. Okay, let's keep going for a little bit longer. Sleep. Well, sleepy. Don't you mock me. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat, but it doesn't look like I can do it today.
ゆうべ遅くまでテレビ見てたら眠くて眠くて。
ケイちゃんが喜びそうな番組なんかやってたっけ?
You don't know what I was partaking in?
月旋盤でございますわ。
Sanako! Why is that so cute?
ちょっと待て。勝手に想像して決めつけるんじゃねえ。
Yeah. Give that man a
男
break.
の子なら当然です。恥ずかしくないですよ。
It's perfectly normal for boys. Nothing to be ashamed about. Rika, I know you've been doing this shit. You're not one to talk about being a pervert. Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse. Remember, guys, it's the quiet ones who are the freaks. I know because I'm one of them.
ちょっとこの昼休みは爆睡させてくれ。
Can you just let me pass out this lunch break?
いや、本当マジで。
あら、私が黙って見過ごすとお思いで。
Please?
邪魔したら怒る。すごい怒る。
すごいよ。Boy, does that sound tired. This was just dreadful. Yes. I slumped my head onto the desk and drifted off into an afternoon nap. It seemed that Satoko had responded, but I pretended not to hear.
さとこちゃんやめなよ。ケイチくん寝ちゃった。
Thank you, Rena.
寝がおかい。
後でお持ち帰りしていいから。
You can't. We get to go home with Rena. We get to go home with Rena!
そっとしときな。
向こうへ移動しましょうです。ケイチにうるさいと悪いですよ。
Rika-chan really is a good girl.
先生が来ても起こさないであげましょうです。
I was about to say that too. I take that back. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oishi-san that afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this, it's almost as if the incident with Tomitake-san didn't happen at all. It made me think, what if Oishi-san was trying to deceive me? But it probably was the truth. One thing was certain. I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance. But I didn't know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened to the first place. It ended up with me again regretting learning something I didn't need to know. If I had never learned about it, I would, without a doubt, be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi-san for this.
それっていつから？
What?
もう次の日にはいなかったって。綿流しの晩に失踪したらしいよ。
Mion whispered to keep others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Rena's voice was even harder to pick up. But I could still tell that she was quite upset. Could it be? Are they talking about Tomitake-san?
さん、けなの？
What? Itaki?
わかんない。
Onitake?
私の知る限りではね。
I would have feigned ignorance about this topic, but because I needed to keep a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join the conversation, it was much easier just to sit there and pretend I was asleep to listen in on their discussion. Wait. Why did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung.
で、他にもいるんでしょ？
彼女がたたりにあったのか、鬼隠しにあったのかはわかんないけどね。
Onikakushi? To be hidden away by the demon. What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good.
いや、何せよ、もう一人いるんだよね。だよね。
お社様ならね。
でも、今年は出ないよ。
バッチャと村長さんが話してたんだけどさ、今年は事前に警察と話がつけてあるらしいんだよ。何が起こっても騒ぎにしないで穏便に片付けるって。
じゃあレナたちが知らないだけでどこかで誰かがかもしれないってこと
かも
次はレナかな。
Kinda.
安心しなよ。レナはちゃんと帰ってきたよ。
でもダメだったんでしょ。
昔の話だよ。
A long time ago.
もうやめよこの話。
After the uncomfortable mode, most of them went silent. The entirety of the conversation was still unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all was the term Onikakushi, to be demoned away, but the context it was used in, I would guess it'd be similar to being spirited away. I suspected that was what it meant because Tomitake-san and that woman really bugged me that I don't know her name vanished after Watanagashi. Next thing that stuck out was when Rena said, "There's another one, right?" Mian also said, "It is Oishiro-sama." Sama's, yeah, responding to something. It was Oishiro-sama's curse. Then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant? Come to think of it, I remember Mian saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or it was a case of Onikakushi. It seems that the curse and being demoned away are different things, and that they were phenomena that were paired together. I recall Tomitake-san's terrible end. There wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. That horrendous end would be best described as cursed. Then the woman with him. It means she vanished because she was demoned away. What do I know it? What I do know is, there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. And the last point that bothered me was Rena. Rena was frightened. For what reason I didn't know. However, she knew that something had made her a potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. If I recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama would be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend citizens and drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday Ooshi-san said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there are no longer any distinctions between them or regular outsiders. But if that was the case, then I would think that I'd be more likely target, having moved here more recently than Rena. From her composure, I could infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay what I heard just now to Ooshi-san. Informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep. It made me feel terrible. It raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to seek the answers to those questions? As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret having ever learned of these events.
先生が来るでございますわよ。ケイキさん、起きなさいな。
In the distance, I could hear the ring of the hen bell signaling the start of the afternoon classes. Yeah, couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. And it was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. Oh god, what did Satoko do? Really, girl? There was a thumbtack stuck on the back of my chair with tape. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Guilty without trial. Capital punishment. I furiously jumped up from my seat and tripped as if my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces had been tied together.
やるじゃねえか、サトコ。
Bad Satoko.
俺が寝ている間に気配を消してこれだけの上等をやってくれるんだよ。
The teacher came in right as I was about to pull my shoes and tackle Satoko.
先生が来ましたよ、ケイチさん。
Shut up.
着席遊ばせ。
I love when she just gets so close to the camera. she's like, what you gonna do about it, bitch? What you gonna do about it? Karen, one bad made her ear flick to the forehead.
ケイチさんがいじめた。
Crocodile tears.
ほら、前原くん、下級生をいじめてはいけません。
She started it.
謝りなさい。
No, look at my shoes. Look, I sat on a thumbtack. I'm sure I'm bleeding somewhere. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me. That little brat.
ほら、前原くん。
へいへい、謝りますよ。
Yeah, I apologize. She.
サトコさん、ごめんなさい。
Sorry, Satoko-san. In any case, I apologize. Even if it was a completely insincere tone of voice. Damn her. I'll remember this.
ケイちゃん、ケイちゃん、その恨みは部活でね。
Oh, it's right. We had our club meeting.
着席着席。
Sat down after Mion told me to. She switched to class representative mode. Well, she's actually respectful and kind. Now we love Mion. Yes, it's a beautiful scenery. With the boring class finished, school was finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for the club meeting? Personally, I would like to play the deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play it last time because of Oshi-san. Rin and I weren't able to test our strategy.
そうだね。今日こそケイチくんと二人で大勝利だ
We
よ
will
ね。
win!
でもどうでしょうね。同じゲームを続けて2日やった試しはありませんし。
It's the first time for anything.
ミーにお願いしてみたらどうでしょうです。
No, she'll pick the hardest game. Mia looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up.
いっけね。
What?
今日おじさんの手伝いの日だ。
Oh, so no club today.
悪いみんな、今日なし。
おじさんの手伝い？
Yeah, she's actually being helpful.
柄にもなく高校なやつだな。
悪い悪い。ほんとすっかり忘れてた。じゃあごめんねみんな。今日はおじさんこれで帰るわ。
Mion left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag.
みーちゃんね、たまに街にあるおじさんのお店の手伝いに行くんだよ。
Yeah, she can be a good kid sometimes. I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff. I'm sorry, helping your family members is problem, Keiichi? And he doesn't spend that much time at home. I can
バイ
understand
ト
why
代
he
が出る
thinks
と言って
that.
ましたですわ。
Okay,
結構なお小遣いになるらしいですの。
I see. She was able to pay for that mountain of games with what she saved up from there.
しかしそれはアルバイトと言うんじゃないのか？
Then you call that a part-time
校
job.
則で禁止されてないか？
Yeah, and that's the thing in Japan, right? Like, when you're as a kid, you're not allowed to work, or at least during school time. I think because it goes against your studies.
家事手伝いは除くと書いてありますです。
Household chores are excluded. Is that true? I really want to. I want to look that up now. That's what she's calling it. So what now? Pass on the club today?
じゃあ今日はこれで解散かな
別に部長不在でもいいだろう。
No, we can actually win.
やろうぜ、部活。
we can pick a fun game that isn't boring or not a card game. That's just me. I don't like card games. But I'm gonna get a little kick for it after reading this. I opened the club locker and began searching for a deduction game from the ever-growing pile of games.
お、あったあった。昨日の推理ゲーム。ようやくコツが分かってきたところで中断しちゃったからな。
At the very least, I wanted to repay Satoko for what she did during the afternoon break.
私は構いませんけど、
Of course you don't.
レナさんとリカはどういたします？ケイキくんがどうしてもって言うなら、ちょっとだけいいかな。
Yeah, you just want to please Keiichi.
僕はみんなが揃っての方がいいなと思いますです。
She says it like that.
部活がないなら、僕はお買い物に行きたかったのです。
You just want to get off the game.
お醤油とかを買いに行きますですよ。あ、そうでしたわね。すっかり忘れてましたわ。なら、レナも久しぶりに宝探しに行こうかな。
She means dumpster diving. What is this now? Everyone no longer was in the mood for club activities? They're secretly sick of me on shit too. If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Well, I'll give up this time.
せえ、このゲーム楽しみにしていたのにな。
I shoveled through the cards as if I was still caught up on it.
またの機会に叩きのめして差し上げましたよ。
I'll slap the smug look right off your face.
犯人はサトコ。
Murder Satoko.
凶器はピストル。やはり貴様の仕業だったか。
Ah. That's an interesting phrase after current events.
なんですって？
She looks so offended. I love it.
じゃあ。
Yes, you're gonna do what? Satoko looked through the cards on the desk and stuck out 3 of them at me.
犯人はケイチ。
Okay.
凶器はロープで、犯行現場はラウンジですわ。
ロープなんかい
I
ら
don't
ね
need
え。
a rope.
このまま絞め殺してやら。
いやー。ケイチさんの毛玉な。
I love her. She's so cute. She's a brat, but she's a lovable brat. Phew. Well, I guess it's good that I got that out of my system. he just tackled her.
ケイチさん、覚えてらっしゃい。
Satoko will remember this conversation.
いっぱいいっぱいいたぶられま
She
した
was
です
used
ね。
as a plaything for a while.
かわいそうです。
What did he do to her?
かいかい。
But did Keiji really just... Again, I'm imagining in my mind that he just picked her up like right by her dress and just twirled her around. She is small. You probably could do that without ripping. Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Rena, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mion, Satoshi. Oh shit, this is where it begins, isn't it? Satoshi. None of the cards were made by us. Or at least, every card besides this one has the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a club member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster mouth stuck on the wall.
ケイチくん、早く片付けよう。
Alright, need to get home. Being rushed by Rena, I finished quickly. Satoko and Rika-chan had already headed merrily for their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Rena had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave.
レナ、やっぱりこのクラスからも転校で出て行っちゃった生徒って結構いるんだろ？
Try asking Rena in a bit of a roundabout way. Rena made a troubled face and then answered,
うん。ひなみ沢って田舎でしょ？
Yeah, it's a small place.
転校していっちゃう人も時々いるよ。
じゃあこのサトシってやつも転校してったのか？
ごめん。
Oh,
よく知らないの。
you don't know? There's a bit of pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate.
その、意地悪で言ってるんじゃないの。
It's a hard subject to talk about.
ちょうど去年、レナが転校してきてから入れ替わりだったかな。だからあんまりお話ししたことないの。
Bullshit.
ごめんね。
I already know the answers, but it's nice seeing how this is handled, though. Because in the anime, I don't really remember this conversation. Thinking I did watch anime about 3 years ago. I'm not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial and felt a little bit angry. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from friends, do they? Though I do appreciate they kept that unsettling curse thing from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment, I wonder what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance.
ケイチ君、怖い顔してる。なんでだろう。なんでだろう。
It's nothing, Rena. It's nothing. It was probably exactly the kind of face Rena said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her.
あ、ごめん。今日の部活楽しみにしてたからさ。残念だっただけだよ。
I just really wanted to play a game. I rustled Rena's hair.
帰ろうぜ。
Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. Swipe the block. Yeah, that was really cool, though. Yeah, because in the anime, I just remembered him fighting... Yeah, in the anime, they replaced that card with the baseball bat. We haven't met the baseball bat yet. I said met like the baseball bat as a person. It does have a bit of a personality, how many times it gets used. It's basically like Keiichi's hammer. I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry.
ケイチ君、疲れてるのかな？
Well, I did pretend to be asleep for about 30 minutes. Rena timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made this situation even more unsettling.
そうか？
うん。今朝からケイチ君、なんだか元気ないよ。風邪かな？
Maybe. Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. Oh no, your boy, you ain't not. I may not seem like it, but I've had perfect attendance since elementary school. Rena continued on since I didn't give her an answer.
きっとケイチ君、引っ越しの疲れが今になってきたんだよ。
A month afterwards? Not really sure that's how that works, but
前に住んでたところとは全然違うところだもん。いろいろ慣れたり覚えたり、疲れて当然だよ。
そうなのかな。
This is a stretch, but I'll buy it.
うん。
She's just trying to make him feel better.
絶対にそうだよ。レナも最初そうだったから。
Is that a common thing for people who move? I've been same place my entire life. And I don't have those kind of growing pains.
わかるんだよ。だよ。
I wonder if Rena also experienced a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt.
レナがひなみ沢に転校してきた時の話が聞きたいな。どんなだった？
Feeling I had been drawn to the conversation, her face suddenly brightened. Oh, that's the laugh we love to hear.
ケイチ君と同じだよ。人の名前も村の中も全然わかんなかった。
Decided to go pick on you.
みーちゃんとかが親切にしてくれたから全然寂しくなかったけど、やっぱり心細かったよ。
Rena told me all the details when she moved here. All of her first acquaintances, surprises, worries, and good times.
じゃあレナもサトコにやられたのかよ。
I just said that.
うん。椅子に座ろうとしたら画鋲が置いてあったの。
Ouch.
どっさり。
Poke.
そしたらそれを懐かしいな。
ミオンの部活には
When were
い
you
つ頃
invited
誘
to
わ
the
れたんだ？
club?
早速初日にか？
Wait, what?
最初は部活なんて
There
なか
wasn't
っ
a
たんだ
club.
よ。
Yeah, okay, that's right, because the club didn't really start to form until, I'm not gonna say.
途中からできたの。
Yeah.
放課後にみんなで残ってゲーム大会をやろうって言い出して。
そういえばミオン初代部長とか言ってたっけな。
She was the first club president. Well, she's the only president the club has ever
納
had.
得。
内緒だけどね、みーちゃん最初は弱かったんだよ。
Really?
全然勝てなかった。
She never went.
え？ミオンが？ちょっと想像つかないぞ。
自分で言い出した罰ゲーム、ほとんど自分でやってたんだよ。本当に内緒だからね。
I promise to keep this secret to the day I die. Can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary to win during that time. Well, if you keep losing all the time, you kind of get desperate. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty.
みーちゃん以外ともちょっとずつお友達になれて。でも、ケイチ君が引っ越してきてからかな。ようやくここに馴染めたって自覚したのは。
I guess Rena had also been left in the dark about Oyashiro-sama when she had just moved here. I guess they finally told me about Oyashiro-sama. I'd be considered one of them.
俺はいつになったら仲間だと認めてもらえるんだろうな。
なんて言ったの？
あ、いや、ごめん。
No, stop keeping secrets.
独り言。
ケイチ君変なの。
Rena was poking fun and laughing at me, and I couldn't help but laugh as well. But suddenly I stopped. Then, after making up my mind, I spoke.
なあ、レナ。みんなは俺に嘘や隠し事なんかしてないよな。
Oh no, this is that scene, isn't it?
してないよ、全然。
Not at all. No, Keiichi-kun, not at all.
嘘だろ。
You're lying, aren't you? Rena suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. Oh, God!
どういう意味だろう。
What do you mean by that?
ケイチ君。
Keiichi-kun? Your tone was still the same cheery and lighthearted one as before.
してるよな。
You are, aren't you?
俺に隠
Keeping
し事を。
something from me. I don't like when Rena looks like that. I want this. Can go back to being cute, sweet Rena? After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. Rena, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's nothing, it meant nothing, it meant nothing. But she came back at me in a way I didn't expect.
じゃあさ、ケイチ君。
Fucking noise. Oh, then, Keiichi-kun.
ケイチ君こそ、レナたちに嘘や隠し事をしてないかな。
Not at all, not at all. Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time I seen this expression from Rena. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Rena.
してないかな。
No.
嘘や隠し事。
Lies or secrets? I have no such. What are even those?
してないかな。
You are secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomitake-san and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Tomitake-san. To be considerate. I was keeping a secret just the same way they didn't tell me about Oyashiro-sama. And then, aren't we even?
してないよ。
No, I'm not.
嘘も
No lies.
隠し事も。
Secrets.
嘘だよ。
I'm not lying. Her answer was instant and it shook me. Rena stared as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk.
どうして嘘だって。
Why do you say I'm lying?
ケイチ君、昨日の部活の時、先生に呼ばれて職員室に行ってたって言ったよね。
Yeah, this is what I was talking to Rei Sensei.
レナは知ってるよ。
She Sensei.
ケイチ君は職員室になんか行かなかった。
You were playing a game. You have no idea. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened.
先生はお客さんが来たって言ったんだよね。でも、昇降口ではお話ししてなかった。
But you didn't talk at the
校
entrance.
門のところの車の中で話をしてたよね。
A car was even as a car.
知らないおじさんと。
Rena knew everything. She knew that I was called out by Oshi-san and that I heard about the incident with Tomitake-san as well. Did she know all about it?
誰？あのおじさん。
A friend, a relative.
知らない人だよ。
Does not answer.
知らない人がなんでケイチ君に用があるの？
He was pestering me and I threw him away.
俺が知りたいよ。
じゃあ何の話をしていたの？
Air conditioning?
みんなとは関係のない話だよ。
It was a lie.
嘘だ！
Oh! Rena screamed, echo through the trees. Fuck. Sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here I first realized. The person in front of me, she wasn't Rena Ryugu. Then who was standing in front of me? Who has zoomed Rena Ryugu's appearance? I held my breath for so long I could feel myself suffocating.
ね?
What? Right, what? Then she made a facial expression that Rena normally might have made. Didn't matter that it was Rena's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. Those eyes, why those eyes were there? She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. Whoever this was with Rena's face was going to chew my nose right off. I was crowded, as if I imagined that. A coward. Then she smirked, as if she was able to see right through me.
圭一君に内緒や隠し事があるように、レナたちにだってあるんだよ。
It's healthy to have secrets. You don't need to tell everyone everything. It's fine, Rena. You can back away now. It was Rena's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Rena, frightened me to the core. I was terrified, knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long, empty silence, she finally spoke.
行こう。
Yes, let's go right now.
だいぶ涼しくなってきたよ。
Nothing happened. It was Rena again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as nothing had happened at all. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me, and I slumped onto the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Rena was out of sight.
あれは誰だったんだよ。
Ah, Kichi. I can tell you the answers, but it's still too early for you. A little too early for you. I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was that person who looked like Rena Ryuko? Higurashi, when they cry. That was actually pretty freaking terrifying. The lies, Usada, the lie scene, that was just really greatly executed. Because in the original anime, it was pretty great, like pretty terrifying, like chilling. It had just very much the same energy. Maybe also probably because I haven't played this in a long time. Well, watched it because I watched the anime first, then the manga. Now I'm finally getting to this. But it still has a great build-up because Rena is so sweet. She's so kind. She's so cute. Oh my chikari. When she finally does, when this scene happens, when you see this Rena, it just freaks you out. And I love because it's a VN, you can't really have camera angles. So when it the sprite gets closer to you, it feels like it's invading your space. I'm falling more and more in love with visual novels. It's guaranteed. I'm guaranteed. Spoilers, not spoilers. Heads up, because you probably won't mention this for like a couple more times. But I am making a VN. In the not production wise, I'm writing it still. But I cannot wait to try to emulate all these cool tricks. There's the only reason why I'm reading these when they cry. Not just because I love the story, it's one of my favorites. Ryukishi's a genius. But also to kind of take notes. I need to take notes on what a good VN does. What time is it? We got 3 hours and 24 minutes. I guess we can probably do one more section of this. It's kind of hard to tell what section is in this game. But I do want to be right back though. Been sitting here for a minute. I want to visit the little demon's room. Just give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute. Hey guys, we're back. And I wanted to give me a quick second. I need to test out the audio. Because my fan of the laptop is getting really loud. And I just want to make sure it's not too noisy for you. Okay. Yeah. So you can't really hear it. At least I can't hear it. If you guys can hear it, please just let me know anytime in the chat so I can try to fix it. So we're gonna keep playing just for how long have we been playing? Let me double check. 3 hours, 26 minutes. I don't have anything to really do tomorrow, but I still probably should get a good night's sleep. So let's just keep going for the full hour. Does anything special that happens in the story? I'm mumbling my words again, aren't I? Where's my water? That's one thing I forgot to get when I was up. I forgot to get another drink. Just hold on. I'm not gonna mute it. Just give me a moment. And that was fucking behind me. I still need another one. Moment! The fridge is right there. I will return. And I got another one right here. See? Right back. It's really nice out in my kitchen right now. Not decoration-wise, it's just I have all these bananas. Because if you guys, anyone's here who've been when I had certain streams on, I was like, been on a banana smoothie kick. But the awful thing is that the mixer I had, the immersion blender, it broke. I had two and they all broke at me. So now I have like all these bunch of bananas just sitting in the kitchen, ripening. And it smells so good, but you know they're going to go bad in a few days until the next one comes. But I'm ranting about my problems. Let's get back into the game. Or novel. Wherever you want to call it. I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner, except stare blankly into space. I was terrified from what Rena was going off on me. No, that's not right. That was someone else who looked like Rena. Then who could have been? It was a dreadful thing. A dreadful feeling. Knowing that was someone else, not Rena. So tomorrow, I shouldn't have a problem talking to Rena like I usually do. That thought was strangely comforting. I concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head. I thought those thoughts were continue swirling in my mind. I thought, oh God, why did I do this? Though those thoughts continued to swirl around in my mind. Finally, I returned to my senses. I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the stairs.
Keiichi? 本屋さんから電話よ。
Bookstore? This boy doesn't read. Bookstore. See? What I just said. There was no reason they'd be calling him. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway.
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。私、沖宮書房の大石と申します。
大石さん？
Oshi-san.
大石さんじゃないですか。
Yes, you just met him the other day.
ごめんなさいね。ご両親が出られたので、本屋さんということにしておきました。
Yes, you had to lie to There's this grown man calling for our child.
警察ですって名乗ると、いろいろ気分を害されるでしょうしね。
To be fair, I feel a little bit more comforting a police officer calling. I mean, I still be concerned, but if it's just some random person at the bookstore, like, why are you calling my house? Why are you calling so late? What are you doing to my child? Oshi-san was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back to the room on the second floor. Cordless phone? This is 83. You know what? I don't know. I will ask questions to my mother, who would probably know better about cordless phones back then.
夜分遅くにすみませんですね。実は昨日渡した電話番号のメモ。
The old number.
古い番号、本当に申し訳ない。これから申し上げる番号を控えておいてもらえますか。
I think I have a pen.
はい。どうぞ。
Gave me the number of his direct line as I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk. And it was pretty hard to hang up. God, I hate those kind of people.
さて、どうでしょう、前原さん。何か変わったことはありましたか。
Oh, nothing. Just think my friend is possessed by an angry god. I see. This was the real reason. Yes, Keiji. Why else would he want to talk to you? Except for wanting to understand, do you have any dirt on your friends? He really beat around the bush out there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed.
大石さんはここの地元の方ですか？
ええ、そうです。
Okinawa?
生まれも育ちも沖宮ですよ。
Okinomiya. Let's pronounce that. If he's from around here, he might know.
大石さん、鬼隠しって何のことか知ってますか？
Onikakushi.
それはですね、人が鬼にさらわれ忽然といなくなってしまうことなんです。この辺り独特の言い回しですね。世間様で言う神隠しと同じ意味です。
Yeah, it's being taken away by God, you're getting taken away by Oni. Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything.
平見沢は、前原さんにこんなこと言っていいんでしょうか。
Tell me.
もったいぶらない
You
でくだ
already
さい
put me
よ。
this deep in this situation.
大石さんが言わないなら俺も何も言いませんよ。
ああ、いやいや、そういう意味じゃないんですよ。ただその気を悪くされないかと思いましてね。
He just told me his friend was found murdered or self-deleted, and that a woman is missing, and possibly his two best friends are involved. How else can you make this child feel bad? Oshi, I know you're desperate for answers, but you do realize this is a boy.
実はですね、ひなみ沢はその昔、鬼の住む里って呼ばれて恐れられていたんですよ。
鬼？
Demons?
鬼って地獄にいる金棒を持った
This mistranslated because, well, I know I'm 80s, so obviously they would know about hell and Christianity and all of our sects. But it's kind of weird, like, he hears Oni and he starts thinking about Christian hell and not, like, something more traditional Japanese. And maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just what really he wrote.
というよりは人食い鬼ですな。
Yeah, see? More traditional, at least from what.
里に降りてきて
A little bit I
人
know
を
about
さらっ
Oni.
て食い散らかしてしまう。なんて怖い昔話があるんですよ。
Demon snatching up people is what this Onikakushi really means.
たたりと鬼隠しは一緒に起こるって言ってましたけど、どういうことですか？
I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row. But I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years.
たたりと鬼隠しが必ず一緒に？それは初めて聞きました。そうなんですか、前原さん。
それは俺が聞きたいですよ。レナとミオンが話してたんです。お社様のたたりなら必ずたたりと鬼隠しが起こるって。
Yeah. Oh, she said. Sorry. Stupid allergies. Maybe my throat itch. Burn the plants. Oh, she said, began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind.
前原さん。
Yes.
最初の事件ご存知ですよね。
It was the damn construction murderer.
バラバラ殺人。
The murder by dismemberment.
ええ。6人の犯人のうち1人はまだ逃走中なんですよね。
Still have the right arm. No, it's the left arm. He has the left arm.
例えばそれ。
Hypothetically,
逃走中じゃなく、
what if he isn't on
鬼
the
隠
run?
しにあったんじゃないでしょうかね。
Oh, you're figuring it out. It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oshi-san. The incident 4 years ago was the particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They stalked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. Unless the police were completely incompetent. I'm not touching that with 5 feet. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply laugh it off.
じゃあその翌年の事故はどうです？ 口派の男と妻が一緒に事故死したんですよね。
Well, the husband's body was found, but not the wife.
実はですね、正式には事故死したのは夫だけ。
Technically.
妻は死体が上がりませんでしたから。現行法では死体が発見されない限り行方不明扱いなんですよ。
Really? Well, I guess it's kind of true. You don't have the body, you can't really file a death report. But isn't there like I don't know. I don't know laws. At the time of the incident, when the river below the cliff being muddy rapids, police divers and searched for every branch of the main stream of the river for dozens of miles, but in the end they weren't able to find her body.
でも死体が見つからないだけで亡くなったんですよね。
He just said it, boy. If you can't find the body, you can't technically say she's dead.
鬼隠しとは違うんじゃないですか?
Well, she's missing.
死体が出ない以上、亡くなったとは言えません。法律で定めた年月が過ぎるまで。
Hey, he answered it for me. I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was reality.
3年目はどうなんですか? 神主は病死、妻は自殺ですよ。
前原さん。
Marbara-san.
実はね、これもまあ、
yeah, it's the same thing.
なんですよ。
She went to the river or bog and they never found her. The wife has supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless swamp deep in the forest around Hinamizawa. Meaning is all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her last note. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure if I can say this word on Twitch. I know YouTube's really hard-ass about it from what I've been told, but I'm not sure if I can say this word. In front of the swamp. A diver was able to recover a few of her articles, but they weren't able to find a body. The investigation headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere.
これらを鬼隠しと呼んでいいかちょっとわかりませんがね。
We can't really say they're demoned away, but they recognize the fact that they are missing. But again, they're still thinking this is logic that nothing magical is happening.
前原さんの言う通り、確かに毎年一人行方不明になっています。
今年の事件では富武さんの連れの女の人が行方不明。じゃあ去年の主婦の撲殺事件はどうです？
Uh-oh.
誰か行方不明になりましたか？
He's gonna learn.
確か犯人は逮捕されたんですよね。
逮捕されてます。
He arrested him.
以前に逮捕歴もあるやつでしてね。別件で取り調べ中に犯行を自供してます。ですがですね。
This is gonna destroy our boy's brain.
犯人逮捕からしばらくして、被害者宅の子供が行方不明になったんです。犯罪に巻き込まれたのかどうなのか、現在も捜査してます。
だって犯人は捕まったんですよね。それともその仲間が？
さあ、
No idea.
多分単独犯だと思います。もっとも今では確かめようもないんですよ。
Oh, he's...
実はその男、取り調べ中に拘置所内でお亡くなりになっちゃいまして。
I don't remember that detail, but okay. He swallowed a spork. Oh. Okay, no, they're talking about the criminal. I was like, Keiichi swallowed a spork? He swallowed a spork and choked to death. It is not known whether it was an accident or self-deletion.
つまり過去5年間必ず死者と行方不明者が一人ずつ出ているわけなんですよね。
Yes.
そうなります。
Oh, Yashiro-san must curse.
ね、私も驚いていますよ。こんな共通項には気づきませんでした。
Couldn't believe that this could help lead to the closing of those incidents. It was just something they had in common.
例えば鬼隠しにあって失踪した人には何か共通点があるとか。
All enemies? Oshi-san mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. I summarize the events.
1年目はダムの作業員、2年目は誘致派の男の妻、3年目は神主の妻、4年目は被害者宅の子供で、5年目は交際相手かな。特につながりはなさそうだし。
Not really. Not really. No, not that you can see.
1年目はともかく妻とか交際相手とかそういう人が目立ちますな。
It does seem like there are a lot. Then that means the fourth year's victim's child was different. It would have really stood out if there were all married couples. Except it's not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomitaki-san told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly.
4年目に行方不明になった子供ってどんなだったんですか?
Oh no, he's not. He's gonna hear the name. He's gonna hear the name. This is where he starts.
おとなしい感じの方だったらし
He
い
was
です。
quite. Apparently, he was quite mature. That's a weird way to talk about him. Well, I guess so, because he had to kind of grow up kind of fast.
年はあなたの一つ上です。
Okay.
名前は北条聡さん。
Oh no. This is gonna destroy our boy's brain. It's gonna destroy our boy's brain.
え? サトシ?
You guys hear the music? I heard like a subtle change in the music. I remember that name. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year?
あなたの学校に去年まで通っていました。 話を聞いていませんか?
Yeah, Satoshi's a good old so-and-so. Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recently transferred student. Then, where I sat. Oh god, the music. Once belonged to the one who was deemed away. It was his seat. I recall the cold sensation that came from that desk. It made my hair stand on end. This string of mysterious deaths. No, Oyashiro-sama's curse. I now knew how it was connected to me. That chilling sensation. It was the feeling of Oyashiro-sama caressing the back of my neck.
Oyashiro-sama no tatari ka.
Could Oyashiro-sama's curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it. And I was scared. That's why I wanted to say it was a plot created by a man and not the work of a curse. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. No, the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually I'll reach the point where I learned something I really shouldn't know. To either to be none the wiser or to seek the answer I may regret. Which one would it be happier with? Maybe it'll be next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. That's when I remembered. Rena said she may be the next victim of the curse.
竜宮レナさんがですか?
Ryuko-san.
去年転校されてきた前原さんのクラスメートですよね。
Yes, she is, good sir.
女の子には刺激の強い事件ばかりです。
Okay, so he doesn't care about Keiichi being a kid. But he does care about Rena being a girl. You know, it's the 80s, and he's the old guy, so it actually just kind of makes sense. Not saying it's right, but it just makes sense.
怖がるのも無理ないんじゃないでしょうかね。
She's not just scared, is she? It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think that she had a concrete reason behind it.
もっと確信じみたものだったように思います。なんていうのか、その。
Say? She was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. That when that someone who looked like Rina, but wasn't Rina. That might be unrelated. All the strange things that I felt from Rina today came back to me.
そうですか。ではこちらでも少し調べてみます。前原さんも少しリュウグウさんの様子に注意してあげてください。
Will do, Oshi-san.
それはレナを見張れってことですか？
そんな意味ではありませんよ、前原さん。お友達が次の被害者にならないよう少し気にしてあげてほしいということです。
Oh, he does care. At the moment, just as my mouth was agape, because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way with words. What was that? Sudden knock on the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? Old man? So late.
すみません、親父が来ました。今夜はこれくらいでいいですか？
ええ。夜分遅くに本当に申し訳ありませんでしたね。
Hang up the
何
phone.
か分かりましたら教えてください。こちらも進展がありましたらご報告しますよ。では失礼します。
圭一、早く開けてくれ。
Can't you open the door?
父さん、両手が塞がってるんだ。
What is Dad doing? I had stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. I kind of like being in this chair. Okay, that's kind of... I'm not sure why. I like it when the door just whoop, open. When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea. A fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slice on the side. Everything you could ask for. They don't do this shit for me. This was quite the show of hospitality.
何父さん。
What's going on,
そ
Dad?
れ何のつもりだよ。
You don't treat me this nice.
もう、はぐらかすなよ、圭一。入るぞ。
Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. But for my entire life, I never seen him act this hospitable. I got into him.
で、何の話をしてたんだ？
I jumped. It is not something I had to keep from my father. But how could I explain to him I was talking to a detective? I'm assuming he was. This late at night.
別に何も。友達だよ。
Just a friend. He's just a friend, Dad. It doesn't matter. He's a few years older than me.
電話の話じゃなくて、来てたんだろう、今。レナちゃんが。
Oh, that's twisting the music. Oh God, that was a nice touch. Just question mark.
来てないよ。
She wasn't here.
もう、ごまかさなくたっていいぞ。さっきレナちゃんが遊びに来てたじゃないか。
She just came over to play. Why would you phrase it like that way? I mean, yeah, they're kids, but they're teenagers. Okay, there's again 80s. Just being a dumb dad.
だいぶ話し込んでるみたいだったから、お茶でもって思ったらすれ違いだったんだよ。
I had no idea what Dad was talking about. But a cold sweat dripped down my back.
どのくらい話し込んでたかな。
レナちゃんが2階に上がったのが半くらいだったから、小1時間くらいかな。
Wait, how long were you on the phone for?
2階に上がったの、父さん見たの？
ああ、見たよ。圭一の部屋は階段を上がって奥の扉だよって声もかけた。
Why? Then I came to my house an hour ago. Dad met her at the door, called out to me on the second floor. I probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on my conversation with Oshi-san. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room. So he had her come inside. Then told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs and about an hour passed. Then passed by my dad and returned home. After she came upstairs and until she left, where was Rena? There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs, meaning Rena had, for about an hour, in the hall. No. She couldn't have been standing in front of my door all that time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick, and you could easily hear everything being said inside. All the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Oshi-san about being rushing through my head.
お父さん、あまりからかっちゃダメよ。それよりアトリエを片付けて。またこぼすわよ。
Mom yelled up at Dad from downstairs. Dad left with the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed Chortel? Huh. I think I already saw that word before. I guess he mean he snorted or something. Or chuckled. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor and around the doorway where Rena might have been stood all that time. Just now, I was talking to Oshi-san with my back turned, Rena standing a mere 6 feet away the whole time. All the time, in this dimly lit doorway. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? All the steam, as the steam from the 2 teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. What was that? Okay, so he did a little thing though. Like, what's happening with the game? Higurashi, Onikakushi-Hen. New tips. Notice from the police chief. Let's view the new tip. What do you have to tell me? Ocean of tips. July 1st, 1982. To Department 1 through 12. Blank Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General Blank. To the Chief, Constable, and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in the Hinamizawa village. Notice. As case in Shishibon City, Hinamizawa village has been reported by certain sections of mass media. It has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. 1. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okinawa. Okinimomawa. I have hard time pronouncing that. Station, 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village housewife murder. Dated June, blank. Okinawa Station, 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village disappearance. Dated June. 2. Non-disclosure of information. Okinawa Station, 1979. Case number X. What? Get stuck with the stupid voice. Inamizawa Village site 4-minute murder. Dated June 1979. Shira Station 1980 case number. Shirakawa Natural Park falling incident. What? Shirakawa. Oh, the couple, the Hojos. Okinawa Station, 1981, case number X. Hinomiya Village Shinto priest wife disappearance. Dated June. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of the sensitive information. Please see attached reference material 1, 2, and 3. Management XX Prefecture Police Headquarters. Internal line blank. Police Affairs Department blank blank. Well, thank you for the tips. That didn't really tell me anything that much. I did say I was going to try quit right now, but I'm pretty awake, surprisingly. Kind of want to keep going, but I also want to probably... Where's my... I'll use a quarter for flip. No, not a quarter. Because I want to do a stupid coin flip just to see what to do. No, let's keep going. We've been 4 hours. It's actually been a minute since I did a 4-hour stream. I think, is it? I don't know. Yeah, let's keep on for a minute. Going for roll. Weariness and a headache. Oh god, I hate headaches. Not a very nice way to start the day. You been drinking, boy?
どうしたの?
Ah, this is a new background. I don't think we've seen this one. Yeah, I've seen this before. What's with the magnets? Is it not even like characters or anything? It's just like ball.
ケイチ、今朝は顔色悪いわよ。昨べは何時に寝たの?
It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that that was my imagination, and forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I did think it was 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I was just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease.
風邪かもしれない。
It might be a cold.
なんだか食欲ないんだ。
あら、ちょっと熱あるんじゃない? どうする? 学校行ける?
Technically, I did go to school. But it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, wouldn't it? It could have been that I It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did once have a... See, why can't I talk? I can't talk. It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. Finally got out. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than I usually met up with Rena. It was Rena.
レナちゃん迎えに来ちゃったけど、どうする?
Tell her to leave me in
お
be.
休みする?
Rena was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Rena's fault. It was probably mine. It had to be my cold. It just Had to be.
休む。ごめん。
じゃあ母さんが断ってきてあげるわね。
And I'll go send her off for you. Mom headed to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Rena, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. What's happening? I only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found a lunch prepared in a note. Mom and Dad apparently had driven off to somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would be back for dinner, but might be a little late. On the note, it said, "The insurance card is on the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning. And, just in case, went to the hospital. Black screen. I don't think we've seen the CG before. Actually, no, we actually did. We see the one time where Rina and Mion were taking us around the town. Normally, I'd never been here in the middle of a weekday. Walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never use. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Erie's Clinic. It was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of the Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making mint. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen.
前原さん、診察室へどうぞ。
Hi, hi. Why are the transitions so slow right now? After half-heartedly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with an old, it's probably a cold. They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. Shot. A vaccine? You know what? Doesn't really do that much if you're already sick, though, right? Because your body's already fighting it. I guess it makes your body a little bit more stronger. I don't know. Don't ask me. I thought it was a little overboard, but it would clear away the gloomy feeling I've been having lately. Then it was worth it. I guess the transition has to do kind of work, because if he's that's tired and everything, it kind of like shows like he's just dragging along. That's okay. That's actually good storytelling. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. If it just wasn't for that word.
やっぱり鬼隠しかいね。
Why? Why would she say that word?
どうかね。
I wonder.
まだまだ若い子だきゃ。
Who are you talking about, kind sirs?
駆け落ちかもしられへん。
Yeah, you know. Stop talking about people.
どこの誰とよ。
With whom?
季節のたびに東京門が来ちゃったろ。でっけえカメラ持った若 もんが
The big camera.
あれと仲が良きゃったって話知られへんの？
I could feel my ears perking up. They were talking about Tomitake-san.
そら知らんけど、でも普通書き落ちっても仁義あるだろう。書き置きとか辞表とか書かんかいね。
すったらんかかんから駆け落ち言うんね。わきゃ看護師さんの顔見られんようなるんは寂しいね。
高野さんはしっかり者よ。どこへ行ってもやっていけろん。
Her name was Takano-san. Tomitake-san. And she worked at the clinic. Oyashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but then began talking about fishing and didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. And as long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. Okay. Building up the little dread in the game. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. Might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Complimenting that, I turned into a familiar street. At the moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around and peeved. Oh god, why are you here? It was Oshi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. Nothing much. Feel kind of sick. You're making me sick. Just me.
ちょっと体調悪かったんで、今日は休みました。お昼を買って帰ろうとしてたところです。
そりゃよかった。実は私、お昼に行こうとしてたんですよ。よかったらご一緒にいかがです？
Against my better judgment.
お体に触るようでしたら構いませんよ。
I was just going to lie down after going home anyway. And I didn't really have a cold.
地元の食堂だと嫌でしょう。町まで行きましょう。ちょっと走りますがよろしいですかな？私、おいしいお店知ってるんですよ。
I finally began to understand Oshi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. I went with Oshi-san, riding his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie.
昨夜は遅くまですみませんでしたね。
Yeah, it was weird.
ご家族に送られませんでしたか？
They should have.
いえ。
I recalled Rena, who had been listening to the phone conversation all the time, separated from me just by the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. The big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swifted back with a sudden realization. That's right. That's where Tomitake-san died.
富武さんの捜査は暗礁に乗り上げています。
By what? Oshi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye.
自分の爪で喉をかき破るという異常さから 幻覚作用のある何らかの薬物によるものだと信じているの
Would
で
make
す。
sense.
こういう症状、それも急激に引き起こす薬物はなか
But
な
not
かないらしい。
possible.
もちろん検視解剖もそれを念頭に置いて十分に行ったのですが、手がかりはやはりありませんでした。
漫画なんかによくあるじゃないですか。
What?
体内に取り込まれると分解したりして証拠が何も残らないなんて、そんな薬。
ありますよ。
It exists?
演歌作詞何でしたっけ。まあ、結構あります。
Okay.
でもですね、
You see, there doesn't seem to be any
富
kind
武
of
さんの
drug
よう
that
な
would
症状を
cause
引き起こ
something
す
to
薬
react
物
with them.
にはそういう。
じゃあ警察は富武さんは叩いて死んだってそう言うんですか？
Couldn't help but feel the police were worthless. Just wanted the idea of the curse to be disconnected, dissociated from Tomitaki-san's mysterious death.
悔しいですが、今のところは。ですが、死因はともかく、死ぬ前に何人かの人間に囲まれて暴行を受けたことだけは間違いありません。たたりでなく、人間が事件に関わっているのは疑いようがありませんよ。
How do you know they were human? I know the humans weren't possessed by Oshiro-sama. That made me a bit relieved. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Himezawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oshi-san into the shop. Angel Mart! Finally, we arrived at the place. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children here in the middle of a weekday.
2名です。タバコは、我慢します。
But non-smoking? Oh, thank goodness.
こちらへどうぞ。ご注文がお決まりになりましたらお呼びください。
We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oshi-san in the booth.
どうです？
What?
このお店のウェイトレスさんの格好、可愛らしいと思いません？
I can't really see them, so I'm not sure.
まあどうでしょう。
このお店ね、
The shop looks
大人気なんですよ。お料理よりもウェイトレスさんがね。
ああ、大石さん、目がやらしいですよ。
そうですか？
Yes, you are. I can hear it in your voice. Ooh, dessert. That looks really good right there. Yeah, little chocolate shake, ice cream. You got strawberries, a berry sundae. Woo! Strawberry cake? Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meal while talking about some insane topic, Oshi-san, after a meal cup of coffee, arrived at the table.
昨日、ひなみ沢の昔話が出ましたよね。
We sure did, sport.
人食い鬼の里だって言われてたって話でしたっけ？
私もあんまり詳しい方じゃないので、うちのばあ様に今朝ちょっと聞いてみたんです。
Okay. Oshi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed in his breast pocket.
なんでもですね、大昔はひなみ沢は鬼ヶ淵
Onikakushi.
って呼ばれてたんだそうです。
Demon Abyss.
鬼ヶ淵。
Onikakushi.
すごい名前ですね。
今でもその名前
Name
残
is
ってる
still
んです。
around.
神主の妻が
Slot
受
where the
水自
Shinto
殺した
priest
沼
wife
の名前は
drowned
今
herself
で
is
も
still
鬼
called
ヶ淵というんで
Onikakushi.
す。沼の底の底は
It said that the
鬼
death
た
of
ち
the
の住む
swamp
国と
connects
つ
the
ながっ
realm
て
of
ると
demons.
言われてたんだそうです。
Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous swamp.
でですね、鬼ヶ淵は恐れられていたと同時に崇められてもいたんだそうです。
A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was kind of a deification. A village of inhuman
鬼
creatures.
たちはある種の仙人でもあったらしいんですよ。例えば不治の病にかかった村人を鬼ヶ淵に運んで治してもらったりとかしたんだそうです。
Even if we were calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or Sini would be a more apt description.
鬼って言ってもそんなに悪い人たちじゃないみたいですね。
でもそこはやっぱり人食い鬼らしいんです。ばあ様に聞いた昔話ではですね、息子を治療してもらった代償として連れてきた母親を食わせろとなるらしいんですよ。
Okay, that's kind of wicked.
息子を治療してもらった対価が自分ですか？それは怖いな。
もちろん母親は息子を連れて逃げ
They
ます。
took her son and ran.
これをですね、鬼ヶ淵に住む村人、鬼たちがですね、全員で追いかけて取り囲んで捕まえたんだそうです。
The entire village, apparently. It's quite a frightening thing to imagine.
結局、母親も息子も捕まって食べられちゃったんだそう
Well, at
で
least they met together in the
す。
afterlife.
おしまい。
The end.
その話矛盾がありますよ。
What is it?
当事者の2人が食べられちゃったんですからその話が残るはずがありません。
ありゃ。
あ
昔話はこういうの多いですよね。
In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oshi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee.
でもですね、
But well,
他の昔話にも結構あるらしいんですよ。
like what, my good
鬼ヶ
sir?
淵の鬼たちが総出で獲物を捕まえに来るというのは。
I recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped.
鬼たちの獲物は常に一人で、しかも前もって決められているらしいんです。
That caught my attention. Oshi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant.
ばあ様が言うにはですね、鬼の狩りの
The
時には
demon's hunt.
絶対に邪魔をしてはいけない。家に閉じこもって布団をかぶってろって言うんで
You
す。
should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers.
つまりどういうことですか？
So what does that mean?
獲物の人を助けたり、かくまったりしてはいけないんだ
Never
そう
help
です
or。protect the prey.
鬼の狩りを邪魔しない限り、
You don't
村
disturb the
人には
demon's
危
hunt,
害
no
を加
harm
える。
will come upon the villagers.
そういうルールなんだそうです。
It seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help victims. Pretend you don't see the atrocities, in other words.
ルールを破ったらどうなるんです？
さあ、何しろ人食い鬼ですからね。
I'm gonna need you. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Part of the story he told me overlapped with the theory that the entire village was once in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there was a group that was on the hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak.
じゃあ大石さんはやっぱり村ぐるみもしくは村人数人の犯行だと見てるんですね。
前原さんはどう思います？
I'm not the detective, sir. You are.
ああ、すみません。コーヒーのおかわりいいですか？
That's what I want to know. Seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking.
去年、サトシ君が失踪した頃から私は不審に感じていたんです。
Oshi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirling around in his coffee.
それで、サトシさんのお友達、つまり 前原さんのお友達グループの皆さんを本当にちょっぴりだけですよ。調べさせてもらったんです。
Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. If Oshi-san had said this to me before, I would have gotten angry at him for calling my friends into question. But as I was now, I couldn't.
とてもつまらない話になります。
Don't say it.
前原さんがつまらないと感じたらいつでもおっしゃってください。
I'm going to tell you.
終わりにしますので。
Stupid. Oshi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I ever seen on him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were few things I regretted hearing from Oshi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiji! This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth.
お願いします。
Please. That was all I could utter. Oshi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments, as he was certain I was ready to begin.
1年目の事件の被害者は現場の監督さんだったんですが、事件の数週間前に園崎美音さんと取っ組み合いをしてるんですよ。何度か。
Multiple. Oshi-san had said before that Mion had defied the damn project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine that she got worked up.
2年目の事件で誘致派の夫婦が事故に遭いましたよね。
Yes, we know.
現場にはお嬢さんも一緒にいたんです。それが北条聡子さんなんです。
え？聡子って、聡子？
Satoko. Oshi-san told me that the whole voice was too loud. Oshi-san's looked at me and told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well, quickly quieted down.
3年目には神主夫婦が亡くなられますよね。
Yes.
そのお嬢さんが古出里香さんです。
Oh no.
リカちゃんが
4年目に亡くなった主婦はもうわかりますね。北条聡子さんの
Step on
義理の
Satoko
おばです。
Hojo.
当時は聡子さんはご両親を事故で失っていましたので預けられていたのです。被害者宅に。
I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't know I didn't even have wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But clicking and clacking had snuck up all the way to my feet.
ちなみに4年目に失踪した北条聡さんは聡子さんの実の兄になります。
Satoshi.
ちょっと待ってください。
Took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiji Marabara. But Oshi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting my feelings, he started speaking again. The last things I shouldn't have heard.
被害者たちはなぜかあなたのお友達グループに全てつながるのです。
偶然に決まってるじゃないですか。
No.
前原さん、静かに静かに。みんな見てますよ。
Mion. Satoko. Rika-chan. So, what if they're connected? You're telling me all my friends? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh, Rina. Rina's different, isn't she? Rina isn't connected to the victims at all.
竜宮レナさんは去年まで茨城の郊外にお住まいでした。
Yep, see?
まあ確かにいずれの被害者とも直接の面識はありませんが。
He said in a roundabout way. Is he saying that she's also connected?
実は調べてみたら竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。
Lots of students are. It doesn't mean anything.
なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
She wanted fresh air.
レナが学校中のガラスを割った？
That same spacey Rina had. I couldn't even imagine it.
3日間の謹慎が明けた後も復学しなかったようです。その間に神経科に通院し、何週間かの間、投薬と医師によるカウンセリングを受けています。
Yeah, look that up later. She was given weeks of counseling and medication. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I heard that happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of these match Rena's easygoing personality.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテにレナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね。
Okay.
その中に出てくるんですよ。結構。
And quite a bit at that.
何がです？
What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret.
出てくるんですよ。
She mentioned.
お社様って単語が。
Felt like someone's stone cold hands was caressing my back. Why? Why had Rin spoken of Oeshiro-sama before she ever came to Hinamizawa?
お社様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told.
その後、しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越されたんです。ああ、そうそう。レナさんは
She's not an
よ
outsider.
そ者なんかじゃないですよ。
え？
住民票で分かったん
According
で
to
す
the
が、
registry,
竜宮一家は元はひなみ沢の住人です。レナさんがちょうど小学校に上がるときに茨城へ引っ越されたんです。
My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension.
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？
No, he's not alright, you moron.
もう終わりにしましょうか。
Yes, he should. Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here.
レナのことが分かりました。じゃあその最後の被害者の富武さんはどうなんですか？誰と接点があるんですか？
Irritated, I let out one final reprisal.
全員ですよ。
What?
お忘れですか、前原さん。みんなで楽しくお祭りの晩を過ごしたじゃないですか。
Yeah.
何人もの警官が皆さんの楽しそうな様子を見ていますよ。
Now there's nothing I could respond with. Felt silent as my brain turned to mush.
そろそろ出ましょう。
Yes, we should.
ああ、前原さん。お昼の薬は飲みましたか？
I had completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten today. Until Oshi-san said that. Ah! I got another glass of water and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got into the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but Did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. But the big jolt was from the difference in elevation on the road when it changed from the cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitaki-san scream. Oh god, it's happening. I sat in silence while letting myself be shaken by the car.
お家の前まで送りましょう。今日は病気でお休みだったんですよね。長々とお話ししてしまって申し訳ありませんでした。
なんで俺に話すんですか?
Why did you tell him all this? I blurted out the question. Really, just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer.
私、一応確認しましたよね。
Barely?
お話やめましょうかって。
Yes, you did, but still...
じゃなくて、どうして俺に接触してきたんですか?
Well, yeah, more importantly that. I understood quite well that Oshi-san was investigating this string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oshi-san spoke was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oshi-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be that I was part of Mion's circle of friends who looked suspicious to Oshi-san.
私ね、今年で定年なんですよ。
It's the whole time I got I'm retiring this year.
定年したらばあ様の意向で引っ越しちゃう予定なんですよ。だからこそ在職中にこの事件だけははっきりさせておきたかったんです。
Well, that's nice of you.
で、大石さんは疑ってるんですよね、みんなを。
Oshi-san didn't really give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings.
これはこの道30年の勘です。前原さん、危ないのはあなたなんですよ。
Yeah, you really are, boy. I wanted to reply with that's absurd, but in my downtrodden state, I could bring myself to say it.
私は今年で定年ですから、来年の綿流しの日にはもういません。だから今年中に決着をつけたいのです。
In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the victim.
所長からも注意を受けています。一連の事件は個々に解決しているから蒸し返すなというんです。これは一種の圧力です。
圧力って何のですか？
ひなみ沢の誰かです。着きました。この辺でいいですか？
For someone inside the village. After some time, about to drop the mouse. After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears.
今日の話は全て忘れてくださっても結構です。ですが、私は捜査を続けますよ。お社様のたたりは今年で終わらせます。
You can do it, Oshi.
何かあったら
Just stop
連絡しろ
involving
ってこ
kids.
とですか？
いいんですよ。前原さんがどうしても連絡したくなった時だけでいいんです。
I can only pretend to try. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oshi-san's roundabout way of saying it.
ゆっくり休んでください。
Be sure to take it easy.
病気でお休みの時に良くない話ばかりして申し訳ありませんでしたね。
I didn't really give him any sort of response.
私はいつでもあなたの味方です。
I'll always be on your side. Oh, thank you, I think.
それだけは信じといてくださいよ。それじゃあ、失礼。
The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into the cloud of kicked-up dust. I felt like I was watching a boat only thrown me a lightsaber in the shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oshi-san was being unfair. Telling me that I was going to be the next victim than just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. Oh, God. That was just a bait dangling on the line. I know, we all know it, but having him figure it out, it hurts. Would the fish be the predator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole.
畜生。俺、死にたくないよ。
For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. Higurashi. And you got anything, new tips? New tips for us? New tips? No new tips, okay. Well, we are going to quickly save the game. Yes. Alright, everybody. Once again, I just want to get the full screen off real quick. Okay, yeah. Alright. Thank you, everyone, for showing up tonight. I really, really appreciate it. Even if you showed up for a quick moment, I thank you. Thank you for spending your time with me. And my brain is going burn. My brain is burning up. I don't know what to say right now. I don't know what to say. So tomorrow, the next week, what do we have planned for the week? Let me double check. I can confirm with you guys. Where are you, my lovely schedule? There we go. Okay, so tomorrow, I'm being serious. We will finally finish Danganronpa, and we're probably gonna take a quick break from that series. I do want to get into part 2 because I heard part 2 is amazing, and we can get that over with. Spider-Man, we're going to finish Spider-Man on Wednesday. I have Tuesday off like I normally do. Then back with more Higurashi on the 5th, Hades on the 12th, and nothing on Saturdays. Alright, just gonna confirm that, so I will see you all tomorrow. We are going to be finishing, I just said it. We're gonna be finishing Danganronpa. Because Danganronpa is awesome. And I had such a fun time with that game. It's gonna be sad to see the story come to end. But then again, that'd be awesome because there'll be no more Yasuhiro. Finally, no more Yasuhiro. The one character of the game that I cannot stand. He's just so annoying. Even more than Hifumi, because Hifumi, he's like, there's something fun about Hifumi because he's kind of, I hate saying the word, but pathetic. But Hiro is just an idiot. Like, he's an idiot. It's not even funny. He just does something to me. He does something to me, and I don't like him. He stinks. Taco. Yes, Hiro. But okay, so seriously, I do need to go. Anyone? Should we rate somebody? Oh, we only. Oh, there's only one person here. Oh, okay. I guess rating would be kind of pointless. But yeah, thank you for who is here right now. Thank you so much. So I'll be leaving you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good evening or night, evening or morning, wherever you may be. If you are going to sleep, have some pleasant nightmares. I will see you all later. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Happy Watanagashi and happy Father's Day, everybody. Bye bye.